a simple question, I thought he'd probably stay a tadpole forever. So when he asked Maya if she'd seen that stupid movie, this was definitely the first sign of croaker behavior. It wasn't just the boys croaking and the blushing, it was the super awkwardness of the whole conversation. I'm seeing a movie you would probably find excruciating, in case you wanted to know. Let me put it another way. If Wyatt had still been a tadpole, he wouldn't have mentioned the stupid movie to a girl. He probably wouldn't have mentioned anything to any girl, period. If he'd become a frog, he would have added something like, "You're welcome to come to the stupid movie." Or even, "Would you like to go to the stupid movie with me?" But a croaker couldn't make it to the invitation part. Maybe Wyatt didn't even realize he wanted to invite Maya. Maybe he just thought he'd share his movie-going habits out loud, and if a girl like Maya happened to be listening, well, alrighty then. Now I'm going to read a chapter from my fourth book, Trauma Queen. It's called Terrible Manners. When I was a little kid, I thought my mom was the coolest mother in existence. No, I knew she was, because everybody said so. I remember one time in second grade when all the parents were supposed to come to our classroom and talk about their jobs. Matt's mom went first, talked about how she was a dermatologist and you should always wear sunscreen. Will's mom talked about working in a bank. Emma's mom talked about marketing, only it was so boring I didn't listen. And then Mom walked to the front of the classroom and started taking off her clothes. Everyone gasped until they realized that under her clothes was a scuba diving outfit, which was cool all by itself, really. But then she reached into a giant tote bag she brought and took out 3 beach towels, which she carefully spread on the floor. She placed a chair on the beach towels and sat down. Then she grinned at the class, held up a giant bottle of imported olive oil, twisted off the cap slowly, and before anyone could stop her, she poured some of it into her mouth. "Ew," said the class. Except she didn't just drink it. She also poured it all over her scuba diving outfit, in her lap, down her chest, even on her arms and legs. She also poured some of it onto her hair and let it drip down her face. She was so oily and shiny under the fluorescent classroom lights that she practically glowed. At first, no one knew what to say. "What's your job?" a kid named Bradley Miller called out. "Are you a weirdo?" Mom shook her head. Oil spattered on the towels. "Ew," said the class louder this time. "Are you a grease monster?" Sean Koplik asked, laughing so hard he fell out of his chair. "Are you a French fry?" "Nope," Mom said. "Are you a weirdo?" Bradley repeated. "Ms. Bailey?" Our second grade teacher, Mr. O'Neill, was young and fun, but he was definitely getting a little nervous. "Can you please give us a clue about your profession? We're kind of stumped here." Mom grinned. "I'm in the United States." The class stared. "I'm guzzling oil," she explained, "and making a big mess. Isn't that silly?" The class roared. "I mean, if you want to get a whole bunch of 7-year-olds to instantly fall in love with you, Mom had the secret formula." They clapped and jumped out of their seats and begged her to keep pouring oil all over her head. But finally, she wiped herself off with some paper towels and explained that she was sort of an artist, but not the easel type. She did performance art, she explained, using her body to make you see boring, everyday things in a surprising new way. Oh, and she was doing a one-woman show this weekend at the community college, so that if the class wanted to support, they should tell their parents to buy tickets. "Thanks, Miss Bailey," Mr. O'Neill said, smiling. "That was certainly wonderful." And it was. The kids all remembered to tell their parents. And that Saturday, Mom had made the best turnout ever. I forget what she did on stage. I think it was called plastic surgery, but whatever it was, it didn't go over as well as guzzling oil. But which the kids in my class couldn't stop talking about, constantly asking me if my mom wore a scuba suit at home and if the floors in our apartment were all slippery. Finally, somebody's mom complained to the principal that she caught her kid drinking canola. So the principal called mom and accused her of sending the wrong. Excuse me, mom shouted into the receiver. But under the First Amendment of the Constitution, I have every right to speak about protecting our planet. And maybe if you folks were teaching energy awareness and global responsibility, my daughter would actually be learning something important. I couldn't hear the rest of the conversation, but from the way Mom slammed her bedroom door afterwards, I could tell she was really upset. And that night at dinner, Mom didn't eat very much, or talk very much either. Right around this time, the theater told Mom it was canceling her show. We moved in the middle of 6th grade, which was the second year of middle school. We were living in the new apartment for about a week when one day, right after Easter, Dad called. He'd be in town for the next month or so, he said, and he wanted to invite Kennedy and me over for Sunday dinner. This was surprising because whenever we saw Dad, he always drove to our place and took us out for ethnic food, which usually meant Chinese. And then afterward, we'd do mini golf or go see a movie, anything where we wouldn't have to talk very much. But now he was inviting us for a Sunday dinner, as if it were a sacred Bailey family ritual. Kennedy was so excited she actually put on a prairie dress, and I decided to wear my jean skirt. Mom hugged us and told us we both looked gorgeous, and then she dropped us off in the driveway in front of Dad's small red house. This short, quirky woman with streaky highlights and a fake-looking bronzer tan answered the door. When Kennedy and I stood there, like maybe we'd gotten the address wrong, Dad came rushing over to introduce her as Mona. And then he casually mentioned that she was a family friend. Whose family, I asked. Dad gave me a look that meant, don't start being difficult now, Lowell. I've been divorced for 5 years and I'm allowed to have girlfriends and I will not allow you to mess this up with me. So of course I stopped looking at him. Things went downhill from there. For dinner, Mona made baby back ribs, not knowing that Kennedy had just turned vegetarian and that serving anything with the word baby in the title was just the sort of thing that would make my sister lose it. By lose it, I mean burst into tears and not be able to stop sniffling, even though Mona kept handing her paper napkins and saying things like, honey, the animal is already dead. Mona, that's kind of the point, I informed her, purposely avoiding Dad's eyes. Finally, Dad cleared off the table and ordered an olive pizza for Kennedy, and we all watched pro wrestling on TV until none of us could stand it anymore. Then he drove Kennedy and me back to my apartment. Maybe next time we'll go bowling, Dad said as we got out of the car. Uh-huh, Kennedy said cheerfully. Well, see you. She ran into our apartment building as if she was trying to get out of a rainstorm. Bye, Dad, I said. I suddenly felt sorry that we'd both given him such a hard time. So I leaned into the car and kissed his cheek. Bye, monster, he said sadly. I'm sorry it was such a bad evening. It wasn't so bad, I lied. Tell Mom that thanks for the dinner. I will. She'll be glad you say that. He reached my hand and squeezed it. Then he looked into my eyes. Everything okay at home? Sure, I said. Why would you be? He kept holding my hand. I mean it with Mom, he said. She's great, I said enthusiastically. She's starting a drama club and learning sign language for this new piece she's working on. Wow, sign language. He shook his head. Your mom is really something. Oh, I know, I said. He opened his hand slowly as if he didn't want to let go. Well, call me if you need anything, okay, monster? Bye. Bye, Dad. Love you. Love you too. I blew him another kiss and ran inside. By the time I reached our apartment, Kennedy had blabbed to Mom all about Mona, and Mona was calling Dad's cell to give a loud screaming speech about sensitivity and respecting your daughter's choices and putting your family first. One thing about performance artists, they know how to get attention. The landlord banged on our front door and told Mom that he was sick of all the noise, and that if she didn't shut up and also stop dropping marbles on the floor and bringing barking dogs up and down the stairs, he'd raise the rent. Go ahead, she yelled at him. I dare you. So he did. About a month later, Mom informed us we'd be moving to Aldentown, where two old friends of hers were opening the 2B's Performing Arts Cafe. Aldentown would be perfect for us, Mom said. She'd appear at the cafe every other Saturday, and Bo and Bobby had some friends at the local college who would see if Mom could run a workshop. We wouldn't be living too far away from Graham, and we could visit Dad when he was in town, if you really want to, she said. Of course we do, I said, shocked that this was even a question. She snorted. What about the horrible Mona woman? That was her name for Mona. She was using it all the time now. She's really not so horrible, Mom, I said. Mom's eyes got big. How can you say that, Murray, after the insensitive way she treated Kennedy, serving her baby meat? It wasn't Mona's fault, I said. Oh, so you're sticking up for her? No, I said, but how was she supposed to know that Kenny was a vegetarian? Even Dad didn't know. How didn't you tell him? Of course I did. You think I purposely not tell him something so important? I'm such a terrible mother. And besides, she said, you girls are always talking to him on the phone. I'm sure Kenny just told him herself. And how come you didn't know, I said. For a second, I considered shutting up like I usually do. But this time, for some crazy reason, I kept going. You know what I think, Mom? I think Dad has a serious girlfriend and you're jealous. And you're kind of over-dramatizing. What? Mom said. Her olive-colored skin, the skin we all have, looked weirdly pale, as if I was looking at her through tracing paper. Mona isn't evil, I said. You shouldn't turn her into some kind of stage character or performance topic. Mary, I can't believe you're talking to me like this. How can you possibly accuse me? She's just this person, I said. She didn't mean to hurt anybody. She was just trying to be nice. And I feel bad I was so snarky to her. You were snarky? I nodded. What did you do? I was rude when she tried to calm down Kenny. And I didn't thank her for making dinner. Mom grinned. That's terrible manners, she scolded. All of a sudden, we both started giggling. Not specifically about the horrible Mona woman or Dad. Who knows what we were laughing about, actually? Maybe nothing. Hello.
You've all been reading all night long.
I'm very impressed.
My name's Sophie Blackwell. I'm a children's book author and illustrator, and I'm going to read from my favorite book of all time, A House and a Dog. Chapter 5, in which Rabbit has a busy day, and we learn what Christopher Robin does in the mornings. It was going to be one of Rabbit's busy days. As soon as he woke up, he felt important, as if everything depended upon him. It was just the day for organizing something, or for writing a notice signed Rabbit, or for seeing what everybody else thought about it. It was a perfect morning for hurrying around to Pooh and saying, very well then, I'll tell Piglet, and then going to Piglet and saying, thanks, but perhaps I'd better see Owl first. It was a captainish sort of a day when everybody said, yes, Rabbit, no, Rabbit, and waited until he had told them. He came out of his house and sniffed the warm spring morning as he wondered what he would do. Kanga's house was nearest, and at Kanga's house was Roo, who said, yes, Rabbit, and no, Rabbit, almost better than anybody else in the forest. But there was another animal there nowadays, a strange and bouncy Tigger. And he was the sort of Tigger who was always in front when you were showing him the way anywhere, and was generally out of sight when at last you came to the place and said, proudly, here we are. No, not Kangas, said Rabbit thoughtfully to himself as he curled his whiskers in the sun, and to be quite sure he wasn't going there, he turned to the left and turned off in that direction, which was the way to Christopher Robin's house. After all, said Rabbit to himself, Christopher Robin depends on me. He's fond of Pooh and Piglet and Eeyore, and so am I. But they haven't any brain, not to notice. And he respects Owl because you can't help respecting anybody who can spell Tuesday, even if he doesn't spell it right. But spelling isn't everything. There are days when Smelling Tuesday simply doesn't count. And Kanga is too busy looking after Roo, and Roo is too young, and Tigger is too fancy to me. So there's really nobody but me. You come to look at it. I'll go and see if there's anything he wants, and then I'll do it for him. It's just the day for doing things. He trotted along happily, and by and by he crossed the street and came to the place where his friends and relations lived. There seemed to be even more about the usual story, and having not told me he was talking to shake hands, and having said good morning, and said, there you are, my neighbors and others. He waved a photograph over his shoulder and was gone, leaving such an air of excitement I don't know what behind him. Several members of the beating family made their way at once to the neighborhood and began climbing trees in the hope of getting to the top before it happened, whatever it was, so that they might see it closely. Rabbit hurried on by the edge of the 100-acre wood, feeling more important every minute, and soon he came to the tree where Christopher Robin lived. He knocked at the door, and he called out once or twice, and then he walked back a little way and put his paw up to keep the sun out, and called to the top of the tree, and then he turned all around and shouted, hello, and I say, it's Rabbit. But nothing happened. Then he stopped and listened, and everything stopped and listened with him, and the forest was lone and still and peaceful in the sunshine, until suddenly 100 miles above him, a lark began to sing. Bother, said Rabbit, he's gone out. He went back to the green front door just to make sure, and he was turning away, feeling that his morning had got all spoiled, when he saw a piece of paper on the ground, and there was a pin in it, as if it had fallen off the door. Ah, said Rabbit, feeling quite happy again. Another notice. This is what it said. Gone out. Vaccinated. Visey. Vaccinated. C-R. Ha, said Rabbit again. I must tell the others. And he hurried off cautiously. The nearest house was Owl's, and to Owl's house in the 100-acre wood he made his way. He came to Owl's door and he knocked, and he rang, and he rang, and he knocked, and at last Owl's head came out and said, go away, I'm thinking. Oh, it's you, which was how he always began. Owl, said Rabbit shortly, you and I have brains, the others have fluff. If there is any thinking to be done in this forest, and when I say thinking, I mean thinking, you and I must do it. Yes, said Owl, I was. Read that. Owl took Christopher Robin's notice from Rabbit and looked at it nervously. He could spell his own name, W-O-L, and he could spell Tuesday, so that he knew it wasn't Wednesday, and he could read quite comfortably when you weren't looking over his shoulder and think, well, all the time, and he could. Well, said Rabbit. Yes, said Owl, looking wise, thoughtful. I see what you mean. Undoubtedly. Well, exactly, said Owl. Precisely. And he added, after a little thought, if you had not come to me, I should have come to you. Why? Asked Rabbit. For that very reason, said Owl, hoping that something helpful would happen soon. Yesterday morning, said Rabbit solemnly, I went to see Christopher Robin. He was out. Pinned on his door was a notice. The same notice, a different one. The meaning is the same. It's very odd. Amazing, said Owl, looking at the notice again, and getting just for a moment a curious sort of feeling that something had happened to Christopher Robin back here. What did you do? Nothing. The best thing, said Owl wisely. Well, said Rabbit again, as Owl knew he was going to. Exactly, said Owl. For a little while he couldn't think of anything more, and then all of a sudden he had an idea. Tell me, Rabbit, he said, the exact words of the first notice. This is very important. Everything depends on this. The exact words of the first notice. It was just the same as that one, really. Owl looked at him and wondered whether to push him off the tree, but feeling that he could always do it afterwards, he tried once more to find out what they were talking about. The exact words, please, he said Rabbit kind of slowly. It just said, gone out, vaccine. Same as this, only this says, busy vaccine too. Owl gave a great sigh of relief. Ah, said Owl, Now we know where we are. Yes, but where's Christopher Robin? Said Rabbit. That's the point. Al looked at the notice again. Joannaby's education, the reading of it was easy. Worn out, Maxim, busy, Maxim, just the sort of thing you'd expect to see on the notice. It is quite clear what has happened, my dear Rabbit, he said. Christopher Robin has gone out somewhere with Maxim. He and Maxim are busy together. Have you seen a Maxim anywhere around the forest lately? No, said Rabbit. That's what I came to ask you. What are they like? Well, said Al, the spotted or herbaceous Maxim is just at least, he said, it's really more of a, of course, he said, it depends on the, well, he said, what they're like. All the honeybees are coming. Which is coming will be fun. And the owls are almost cooing in the turtles, which is why Boo is cooing in the sun. But the spring is really springing. You can see the skylarks singing in the bluebells, which are really Boo isn't cooing, but he's cooking and he's cooing, and Boo is cooing like a bird. Hello, Boo, said Rabbit. Hello, Rabbit, said Boo dreamily. Did you make that song up? Well, I sort of made it up. It's the brain. I don't know because you know why, Rabbit, but it happens to me sometimes. I said, Rabbit, things happen, but always very conventional. Well, the point is, I can see some information in the forest. Just now. That's so good. Thought it wasn't. Let me speak to you a minute. Yes, said Boo. I suppose that is anything. He asked me. Rabbits and rabbits. I'm feeling much as like that's happening. Well, it all comes to this, he said. What does Christopher Robin do in the morning nowadays? That sort of thing. Well, can you tell me anything you've seen him do in the mornings these last few days? Yes, said Boo. We had breakfast together yesterday. By the pine trees, I made up a little basket, just a little fair-sized basket, not an ordinary biggish sort of basket full of, yes, said Rabbit, but I mean later than that. Have you seen between 11 and 12? Well, said Boo, at 11 o'clock, well, you might never really get past 11 then? Well, said Boo, half past? Yes, said Boo, half past. Let me try my Now that he did think of it, he began to remember that I didn't see Christopher Robin about so much lately. Not in the mornings. Afternoons, yes. Evenings, yes. Before breakfast, yes. Just after breakfast, yes. And perhaps, see you later, Boo. And off we go again. That's just it, said Rabbit. Where? Perhaps he's looking for something. What? Asked Rabbit. Well, that's just what I was going to say, said Boo. And then he added, perhaps he's looking for a spotted or vivacious Maxim? Yes, said Boo. One of those, in case it isn't. I don't think you're helping, he said. No, said Boo. I do try, the other company. Rabbit thanked him for trying, so he would now go and see Eeyore, who could walk with him if he liked. But Boo, who thought another note of his song coming on, he said he would wait for Piglet. Goodbye, Rabbit, so Rabbit went on. But as it happened, it was Rabbit who saw Piglet first. Piglet had gone up early that morning to pick himself a bunch of violets, and when he had picked them and put them in a pot in the his house, it suddenly came over him that nobody had ever picked Eeyore a bunch of violets, and the more he thought of this, the more he thought how sad it was to be an animal who had never had a bunch of violets picked for him. So he hurried out again saying to himself, Eeyore, violets, and then violets, Eeyore, isn't the thought, it was that sort of day, and he picked a large bunch and trotted along, smelling them and feeling very happy until he came to the place where Eeyore was. Oh, Eeyore, began Piglet nervously because Eeyore was busy. Eeyore put out a door and waved him away. Tomorrow, said Eeyore, or the next day. Piglet came a little closer to see what it was. Eeyore had 3 sticks on the ground. 2 of the sticks were touching at one end, but not at the other, and the third stick was laid across them. Piglet thought perhaps it was a trap of some kind. Oh, Eeyore, is that little Piglet? Said Eeyore, still looking hard at the sticks. Yes, Eeyore and I. Do you know what this is? No, it's an A. Oh, not O. A, said Eeyore severely. Aren't you here, or do you think you have more education than Christopher Robin? Yes, said Piglet. No, said Piglet very quickly. And he came closer to Eeyore. Christopher Robin said it was an A, and an A it is, until somebody treads on me. Piglet hurried back and spelled with his bones. Do you know what A means? No, Eeyore, I don't. It means learning, it means education, it means all the things that you and he haven't got. Who haven't got? That's what A means. Oh, said Piglet again. I mean, doesn't he explained quickly? I'm telling you, people come and go in this forest, and they say it's only Eeyore, so it doesn't count. They walk to and fro saying, ha-ha! But do they know anything about A? They don't. It's just 3 sticks to them. But to the educated, mark this, little Piglet, to the educated, not me, Piglets, it's a great and glorious A. Not, he added, just something that anybody can come and breathe on. Piglet stepped back nervously and looked around. Here's Rabbit, he said loudly. Hello, Rabbit. Rabbit came up importantly, nodded to Piglet, said, Eeyore, was the one who would be saying goodbye in about 2 minutes. There's just one thing I wanted to ask you, Eeyore. What happens to Christopher Robin in the mornings nowadays? What's this I'm looking at? Said Eeyore, still looking at it. 3 sticks, said Rabbit promptly. You see, said Eeyore to Piglet. He turned to Rabbit. I will now answer your question, he said solemnly. Thank you, Rabbit. What does Christopher Robin do in the mornings? He learns. He becomes educated. He instigates. I think that is the word he mentioned. I may be referring to something else. He instigates knowledge. In my small way, I also, if I have the word right, am doing what he does. That, for instance, is an A, said Rabbit, but not a very good one. Well, I must go back and tell the others. Eeyore looked at his sticks, and then he looked at Piglet. What did Rabbit say it was? He asked. An A, said Piglet. Did you tell him? No, Eeyore, I didn't. I expected just you. He knew? You mean this A thing is a thing Rabbit knew? Yes, Eeyore. He's clever, Rabbit is. Clever, said Eeyore scornfully, putting a foot heavily on his 3 sticks. Education, said Eeyore, bitterly jumping on his 6 sticks. What is learning? Asked Eeyore as he kicked his 12 sticks into the air. A thing Rabbit knows. Ha! A thing, began Piglet nervously. Don't, said Eeyore. I think violets are rather nice, said Piglet. And he laid his lunch in front of Eeyore and scampered off. Next morning, a notice on Christopher Robin's door said, gone out, vaccines, which is why all the animals in the forest, except of course the spotted and herbaceous bison, now know what this Robin does.
So I will be reading The Watermelon Scene by Grant Pizzoli. I love watermelon. Chomp, chomp, chomp. It's the best. Ever since I was a teeny tiny baby crocodile, it's been my favorite. Chomp, slurp, chomp. I like it for breakfast. I like it for lunch. I like a big salty slab for dinner. And I love it for dessert. Oh, I love watermelon. Oh. I just swallowed a seed. I swallowed a seed! Oh my god! It's growing in my guts! Soon vines will come out of my ears! Oh, my stomach will stretch! My skin will turn pink! Oh no! I don't want to be in a fruit salad! Somebody help me, please! Oh no! Grumble, grumble, grumble. I can feel it growing inside me. It's happening right now. My stomach feels funny. Oh, here's the seed. Oh, that was too close. No more melon for me. Never again. Well, maybe just a teeny tiny bit. Chop, chop, chop. Uh-oh. The end. So I'll also be reading Roald Dahl's Revolting Rhymes. And this one is Jack and the Beanstalk. Jack's mother said, "We're stony broke. Go out and find some wealthy bloke who'll buy our cow. Just say she's sound and worth at least 100 pounds. But don't you dare let him know that she's as old as Billy O." Jack led the old brown cow away and came back later in the day and said, "Oh, Mumsy dear, guess what? Your clever little boy has got a super trade-in for our cow." The mother said, "You little creep! I'll bet you sold her much too cheap." When Jack produced one lousy bean, oh, his startled mother, turning green, he tied up in the air and cried, "I'm absolutely stupefied! You crazy boy, do you really mean you sold our Daisy for a bean?" She snatched the bean. She yelled, "You chump!" and flung it on the rubbish dump. Then summoning up all her power, she beat the boy for half an hour using, and nothing could be meaner, the handle of a vacuum cleaner. At 10 p.m. or thereabout, the little bean began to sprout. By morning it had grown so tall you couldn't see the top at all. Young Jack cried, "Mom, admit it now, it's better than a rotten cow." The mother said, "You lunatic! Where are the beans that I can pick? There's not one bean as bare as bare." "No, no!" cried Jack. "You look there. Look very high and you'll behold each single leaf is solid gold." By Golligans, the boy was right. Now glistening in the morning light, the mother actually perceives a mass of lovely golden leaves. Oh, she yells out, "My sainted souls, oh sell the mini by your rolls! Oh, don't stand and gap, you little clot! Get up there quick and grab the lot!" Jack was nimble. Jack was keen. He scrambled up the mighty beam. Up he went without a stop, but just as he was near the top, a ghastly, frightening thing occurred. Not far above his head he heard a deep, big voice, a rumbling thing that made the very heavens ring. It shouted loud, "B-5-O-come! I smell the blood of an Englishman." Oh, Jack was frightened. Jack was quicker down, he climbed in half a tick. "Oh, Mom," he gasped, "believe you me, there's something nasty up your tree. I saw him, Mom, my gizzard froze, a giant with a clever nose." "A clever nose?" his mother hissed. "You must be going round the twist. He smelled me out, I swear it, Mom. He said he smelled an Englishman." The mother said, "And well he might. I've told you every single night to take a bath because you freak. But would you listen to me speak? You even make your mother shrink because of your unholy stink." Oh, Jack answered, "Well, if you're so clean, why don't you climb the crazy beam?" The mother cried, "By Gad, I will. There's life within this old dog still." She hitched her skirts above her knee and disappeared right up the tree. Now would the giant smell his mouth? Jack listened for the B-5-bum. He gazed aloft. He wondered when the dreaded words would come, and then, from somewhere high above the ground, there came a rippled, crunching sound. He heard the giant talk. "My gosh, that tasted very nice. Although, in this infrequent tone, I wish there wasn't so many bones." "By Christopher," Jack cried. "By gum! The giant beast of my mom! Oh, he smelled her out. She's in his belly. I had a hunch that she was smelling." Jack stood there gazing longingly upon the huge and golden tree. He murmured softly, "Golly gosh, I guess I'll have to take a wash if I'm going to climb this tree. without this giant smelling me. In fact, a bat's my only hope. He rushed indoors and grabbed the soap. He scrubbed his body everywhere. He even washed and rinsed his hair. He did his teeth. He blew his nose and now went out smelling like a rose. Once more he climbed the mighty beam. The giant sat there, gross, obscene, muttering through his vicious teeth, while Jack sat tensely just beneath, muttering loudly, "Fee, fi, fo, fum. Right now I can't smell anyone." Jack waited till the giant slept, then out among the boughs he crept, and gathered so much gold, I swear he was an instant millionaire. At that he said, "Does seem to pay. I'm going to have one every day." I think I have just a little bit of time to read you guys a wiggle story. So this is from Dorian Cronin, and if you're going to wiggle, I will be very happy. Do you wake up with a wiggle? Do you wiggle out of bed? If you wiggle with your breakfast, it might wind up on your head. First, wiggle where your tail would be, then wiggle all your hair. Oh, feeling extra silly? Wiggle in your underwear. Can you wiggle with your shadow? Can you wiggle with your toys? When you wiggle with gorillas, do they make a wiggle noise? Can you wiggle in the water? Wiggle one fin on each side. Or wiggle like a crocodile, open big and wide. When you wiggle where your wings would be, wiggles fill the sky. Wiggle slowly when with polar bears, they're very wiggle shy. Snakes are one big wiggle. No wings, no tails, no feet. Some wiggles are worth waiting for. Wiggle, wiggle, tweet. Would you join me for a wiggle? Would you wiggle on the moon? I think we're out of wiggles now. See you wiggle soon. Thank you.
Great. Oh, awesome. Come on up. This book is the true story of the three little pigs. Everybody knows the story of the three little pigs, or at least they think they do. But I'll let you in on a little secret. Nobody knows the real story because nobody has ever heard my side of the story. I'm the wolf, Alexander T. Wolf. You can call me Al. I don't know how this whole big bad wolf thing got started, but it's all wrong. Maybe it's because of our diet. Hey, it's not my fault wolves eat cute little animals like bunnies and sheep and pigs. That's just the way we are. If cheeseburgers were cute, folks would probably think we're big and bad too. But like I was saying, the whole big bad wolf thing is all wrong. The real story is about a sneeze and a cup of sugar. Way back in Once Upon a Time, I was making a birthday cake for my dear old granny. I had a terrible sneezing cold. I ran out of sugar. So I walked down the street to ask my neighbor for a cup of sugar. Now this neighbor was a pig, and he wasn't too bright either. He had built this whole house of straw. Can you believe it? I mean, who in his right mind would build a house of straw? So of course, the minute I knocked on the door, it fell right in. I didn't want to just walk into someone else's house, so I called, little pig, are you in? No answer. I was just about to go home without the cup of sugar for my dear old granny's birthday cake. That's when my nose started to itch. I felt a sneeze coming on. Well, I huffed, and I snuffed, and I sneezed a great sneeze. And you know what? The whole darn straw house fell down. And right in the middle of the pile of straw was this first little pig, dead as a doornail. He had been home the whole time. It seemed like a shame to leave a perfectly good ham dinner lying there in the straw, so I ate it up. Think of it as a big cheeseburger just lying there. I was feeling a little better, but I still didn't have my cup of sugar. So I went to the next neighbor's house. This neighbor was the first little pig's brother. He was a little smarter, but not much. He had built his house of sticks. I rang the bell on the stick house. Nobody answered. I called, Mr. Pig, are you in? He yelled back, go away, Wolf. You can't come in. I'm shaving the hairs on my chinny chin chin. I had just grabbed the doorknob when I felt another sneeze coming on. I huffed and I snuffed and I tried to cover my mouth, but a great sneeze I sneezed. And you're not going to believe it, but this guy's house fell down just like his brother's. When the dust cleared, there was the second little pig, dead as a doornail, Wolf's honor. Now you know food will spoil if you just leave it in the open. So I did the only thing there was to do. I had dinner again. Think of it as a second helping. I was getting awfully full, but my cold was feeling a little better. And I still didn't have that cup of sugar for my dear old granny's birthday cake. So I went to the next house. This guy was the first and second little pig's brother. He must have been the brains of the family. He had built his house of bricks. I knocked on the brick house. No answer. I called, Mr. Pig, are you in? And do you know that the rude little porker answered, get out of here, Wolf. Don't bother me again. Talk about impolite. Seriously. He probably had a whole sack full of sugar, and he wouldn't give me even one little cup for my dear sweet old granny's birthday cake. What a pig. I was just about to go home and maybe make a nice birthday card instead of a cake when I felt my cold coming on. I huffed, and I snuffed, and I sneezed once again. Then the third little pig yelled, and your old granny can sit on a pin. Now I'm usually a pretty calm fellow, but when somebody talks about my granny like that, I go a little crazy. When the cops drove up, of course I was trying to break down this pig's door. And the whole time I was huffing and puffing and sneezing and making a real scene. The rest, as they say, is history. The news reporters found out about the two pigs I had for dinner. They figured a sick guy going to borrow a cup of sugar didn't sound very exciting. So they jazzed up the story with all of that huff and puff and blow your house down. And they made me the big bad wolf. That's it. The real story. I was framed.
I love that. Okay, this morning I am going to read for you Have to Do with the Moon. by Bernard Most. The sun began to rise. Time for the rooster to wake everyone on the farm. But when the rooster tried to make a loud cock-a-doodle-doo, only a whisper came out, and his family slept on. Cheep, 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 cheep. The rooster tried to wake the pigs. Cock-a-doodle-doo. But the pigs slept on. Zoink, 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 zoink. The rooster tried to wake the cows. Cock-a-doodle-doo. But the cows slept on. Snooze, snooze, snooze.
Go, Bridget, you're killing this. This is awesome, boss.
The rooster tried to wake the ducks. Cock-a-doodle-doo. But the ducks slept on. Quack, 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 quack. This was my daughter's favorite part. I had a lot of practice, and she made me do it every month. The rooster tried to wake the farmer. But the farmer slept on. Snore, meow. Whoop. Somebody had to wake the farm, so the rooster tried to wake the cow again. The cow opened one eye. She saw the rooster's problem. The cow thought she could help. Maybe she could go cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-moodle-moo. The rooster wondered if he could teach the cow how to go cock-a-doodle-doo. 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 Sock-a-noodle-moo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Rock-a-poodle-moo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. 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 Clock-a-doodle-moo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. 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 Cock-a-doodle-moo.
It's all on YouTube.
And cock-a-doodle-moo was close enough. So the cow went on cock-a-doodle-moo, and the pigs woke up with a laugh. Oink-ha, 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 oink-ha. The cow went cock-a-doodle-moo, and the other cows woke up with a laugh. Moo-ha, 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 moo-ha. The cow went cock-a-doodle-moo, and the ducks woke up with a laugh. Quack-ha, 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 quack-ha. The cow went cock-a-doodle-moo, and the farmer woke up with a laugh. Ha-ha! Everybody loved waking up with a laugh. Whoop-ha, meow-ha. So when the rooster finally got his voice back, cock-a-doodle-doo. The cow taught the rooster to cock-a-doodle-moo, and they woke everyone on the farm together. Cock-a-doodle-moo! Amen. Oh, Councilmember Buckford, nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Next book I'd like to read is called Chicka Chicka Boom Boom. It's all about being able to read it out loud. This one is by Bill Martin. Chicka Chicka Boom Boom. A told B and B told C, I'll meet you at the top of the coconut tree. B said D to E, F, G, I'll beat you to the top of the coconut tree. Chicka chicka boom boom, will there be enough room? Here comes H up the coconut tree. And I and J and tag along K, all on their way up the coconut tree. Chicka chicka boom boom, will there be enough room? Look who's coming, L-M-N-O-P. And Q-R-S and T-U-V. Still more, W and X-Y-Z. The whole alphabet of the, oh no, chicka chicka boom boom. Skit scat swoop-a-doo, flip-flop flee, everybody running to the coconut tree. Mamas and papas and uncles and aunts hug their little ears and dust their hands. Help us up, cried ABC. Next from the pileup, skin me D and stub toe E and patched up F. Then comes G, all out of breath. H is tangled up with I, J and K are about to cry. L is knotted like it's tie. And is loot and is stooped, oh, is twisted alley oot. Skit scat screw doot, flip flop me. Look who's coming, it's Black Eyed Pea, QRS and Loose Tooth T. The UVW, wiggle jiggle free. Last come, XYZ, and the sun goes down on the coconut tree. But, chicka chicka boom boom, look, there's a full moon. A is out of bed, and this is what he said. Dare, double dare, you can't touch me. I'll beat you to the top of the coconut tree. Chicka chicka, boom boom.
All right. Hey, everybody. Whoops. Messing that up. Got it. So I got to read The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein, which Christian just said is the most depressing children's book ever. Not true.
It is.
So once there was a tree, and she loved a little boy, and every day the boy would come, and he would gather her leaves, and make them into crowns, and play king of the forest. He would climb up her trunk, swing from her branches, and eat apples. And they would play hide and go seek. And when he was tired, the boy would sleep in her shade. The boy loved the tree very much. And the tree was very happy. The time went by, and the boy grew older. The tree was often alone. Then one day the boy came to the tree, and the tree said, "Come, boy, come and climb up my trunk and swing from my branches, and eat apples and play in my shade and be happy." "I am too big to climb and play," said the boy. "I want to buy things and have fun. I want some money. Give me some money." "I'm sorry," said the tree, "but I have no money. I have only leaves and apples. Take my apples, boy. Sell them in the city, and then you will have money, and you will be happy." So the boy climbed up the tree and gathered her apples and carried them away. And the tree was happy. The boy stayed away for a long time, and the tree was sad. And then one day the boy came back, and the tree shook with joy, and she said, "Come, boy, come climb up my trunk and swing from my branches and be happy." "I am too busy to climb trees," said the boy. "I want a house to keep me warm," he said. "I want a wife and I want children, so I need a house. Give me a house." "I have no house," said the tree. "The forest is my house. But you may cut off my branches and build a house, and then you will be happy." And so the boy cut off her branches, carried them away to build his house. And the tree was happy. But the boy stayed away for a long time. When she came back, the tree was so happy she could hardly speak. "Boy," she whispered, "come and play." "I am too old and sad to play," said the boy. "I want a boat that will take me far away from here. Cut down my trunk and make a boat," said the tree, "and then you can sail away and be happy." So the boy cut down her trunk and made a boat and sailed away. The tree was happy. And after a long time, the boy came back again. "I am sorry, boy," said the tree, "but I have no apple left. My apples are gone." "Apples," said the boy. "My branches are gone," said the tree. "You cannot swing on them. You're too old to swing on branches," said the boy. "My trunk is gone," said the tree. "You cannot climb. I'm too tired to climb," said the boy. "I'm sorry," sighed the tree. "I wish I could give you something, but I nothing left. I am just an honest. I'm sorry. I don't need very much now, said the boy. Just a quiet place to sit and rest. I am very tired. Well, said the tree, straightening herself up as much as she could. Well, an old stump is good for sitting and resting. Come, boy, sit down. Sit down and rest. And the boy did. The tree was happy.
I do. I have lots of short
What are you trying to
clips.
say about my choice?
No, that was not bad. But what do we got?
Font is really fun. Short. Research that's a little on the kinds of home.
She's nice and short. Hello, everybody. I'll wake you up here.
Hello!
My name's Mark Wepper, and I'm a city councilman for another few days. With me today, Stella Shee, who is council member for a day, and I'm going to leave her here through November. I didn't tell you that yet. But, anyway, I get to read a book, and then Stella, you're going to get to read a book. Maybe someone can help Stella find a book ahead of time. Maybe we'll do that. So anyway, again, Boy and Botch by Amy Dykeman. Everybody listening out there? Okay. A boy was collecting pine cones in his wagon when he met a robot. Hi, said the boy. Want to play? The robots linked. Affirmative. They played and had fun, just like the New York City Council. But as they rolled down the hill, a rock bumped the robot's power switch, and the robot turned off. What's wrong? Asked the boy. The robot did not answer. Are you sick? The boy asked. The robot still did not answer. I must help him, the boy said. And he took the robot home, and the boy fed him applesauce. He read the robot a story, and he tucked him in. Good night, Bot, the boy whispered, and climbed into bed. Later, the boy's parents peeped in on him. They did not see Bot behind the door, and the door bumped Bot, and the power switch beeped, and Bot turned on. What is wrong? Bot asked. The boy did not answer. Did you malfunction? Bot asked. The boy did not answer. I must help him, Bot said. He took the boy home. Bot gave him oil. He read the boy an instruction manual. He was bringing him a spare battery when the inventor walked in. Stop, shouted the inventor. That is a boy. The boy woke up with a start. Then he saw Bot, and the boy smiled. Bot, you are cured. Bot lit up. Boy, you are fixed. The inventor called boy's parents. Then he drove Boy home. Good night, Bot, the boy said. Good night, Boy, Bot said. Want to play tomorrow? Boy nodded. Affirmative. And the friends did. That's the end of our story. Another nice story. Much happier in the beginning for me. Thank you. Stella? Stella Shee, as I mentioned, is council member for a day. And there's nothing like a little pressure on a new council member. Oh, there you go.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish, white dog fish. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Black fish, blue fish, old fish, new fish. This one has a little star. This one has a little heart. Say, what a lot of fish there are. Yes, some are red and some are blue. Some are old and some are new. Some are sad and some are glad. And some are very, very bad. Why are they sad and glad and bad? I do not know. Go ask your dad. Some are thin and some are fat. The fat one has a yellow hat. From there to here, from here to there, funny things are everywhere. There are some who like to run. They run for fun, the hot, hot Oh me, oh my, oh me, oh my. What a lot of funny things to go by. Some have 2 feet and some have 4. Some have 6 feet and some have 4. Where did they come from? I can't say, but I bet they have come a long, long way. We see them come, we see them go. Some are fast and some are slow. Some are high and some are low. Not one of them is like another. Don't ask us why, go ask another. Say, look at his fingers. 1, 2, 3. How many fingers do I see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He has 11. 11. This is something new. I wish I had 11 too. Bump, bump, bump. Did you ever ride a wump? We have a wump with just 1 hump. But we know a man called Mr. Gump. Mr. Gump has a 7th hump bump. So if you like to go bump, bump, just jump on the hump of the wump or rump. Who am I? My name is Ned. I do not like my little bed. This is no good. This is not right. My feet stick out of bed all the time. And when I pull them in, oh dear, my head sticks out of bed up here. We like our bike. It is made for free. Our mic sits up and back, you see. We like our mic and this is why. Mike is all the way when the hill gets high. Hello dear Ned, how do you do? Tell me, what is new? How I sleep in a little bed, what is new? Please tell me, Ned. I do not like this bed at all. A lot of things have come to fall. Cow, a dog, a cat, and mouse. Oh, what a bed, oh, what a house. Oh dear, I cannot hear. Will you please come over here? Will you please look in my ear? It must be something new. Here I hear. Say, look, a bird was in your ear. But he is out, so have no fear. Again your ear can hear, my dear. My hat is old, my teeth are gold. I have a bird I like to hold. My shoe is off, my foot is cold. My shoe is off, my coat is cold. I have a bird I like to hold. My hat is old, my teeth are gold. Now my story is told. We took a look, we saw a nook. On his head he had a book. On his hook he had a book. On his book was how to cook. We saw him sit and try to cook. We took a look at the book on the hook. Well, Nook can't read, so Nook can't cook. So what good to Nook is a book? The moon went out and we saw some sheep. We saw some sheep take a walk in their sleep. By the light of the moon, by the light of the stars, we walk all night from near to far. I will never walk, I will take it to God. I do not like this one so well. All he does is yell, yell, yell. I will not have this one about when he comes in, I put him out. This one is quiet as a mouse. I like to have him in that house. At our house, we open cans. We have to open many cans. That is why we have the cans. Stand for cans is very good. Have you a dance for cans? You should. It is fun to sing if you sing with a yin. A yin can sing like any singer. They sing high and a yin sings low, and they're not too bad at all. This one I think is called a yin. He likes to win, he likes to drink. He likes to drink and drink, drink, drink. The sing he likes to drink is drink. The eat he likes to drink is eat. He likes to make and drink, drink. So if you have a lot of things, then you get a yin and sing. Hop, hop, hop. I am a yell. All I like to do hop, finger top to finger top. I hop from left to right and then hop, hop. I hop right back again. I like to hop all day and night from right to left and left to right. Why do I like to hop, hop, hop? I get out of the hatchet. Brush, 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 comb, comb, comb. Blue hair is fun to brush and comb. All girls who like to brush and comb should have a pet like this house. At our house, we play out back. We play a game called Ring the Gap. Would you like to play this game? Come down. We have the only gap in town. Look what we found in the park in the dark. We will take him home and call him the park. We will live at our house and we don't do it. But our mother like this, we don't do it. And now good night, it is time to sleep, so we won't sleep without pet sleep. Today is gone, today was fun, tomorrow is another one. Every day we can't be there, but he sees that every day.
Yeah! Bravo!
You learn the life doing with the kids. You invest in libraries a bit now. You just put on the shelf.
I'm gonna go highbrow. I'm going highbrow. All right, folks. So I wanted to go as highbrow as possible. We've had people read philosophy. We've had people read political theory. I'm going to be reading Walter the Farting Dog Goes on a Cruise. Walter the Farting Dog Goes on a Cruise. For everyone, now this is dedicated for everyone who's ever felt misjudged or misunderstood. And I think we all feel that way. I think libraries feel that a little bit. Look at the size of that ship, said Billy. It's as high as a 23-story building, said Father. It has everything in it, said Mother, even a shopping mall. And 5 swimming pools, said Betty. Walter farted excitedly. Welcome aboard, said the cruise director. What a nice dog, said Pet Officer Smedley. The ship pulled away from the dock. The horn sounded. Walter farted. Now, if you guys are 12, you can get stitches right now, trust me. All our animal friends stay down here in the Pet Palace, said Pet Officer Smedley. We do our best to be completely comfortable. Walter sniffed around the fancy room. I'm off for my first round of golf, said Father. I'm off for my massage, said Mother. We're off for a swim in all 5 pools, said Billy. Don't worry, Walter, added Betty. We'll be back in a little while. Walter settled himself on a plush cushion. Not bad, he said to himself, and farted. As soon as the door of the Pet Palace closed, the trouble started. Dogs began growling, cats began hissing, birds began squawking. Why? Walter was farting. Get that stinker out of here, said the parrot in the corner. Pet Officer Smedley returned with some pet treats and was instantly enveloped in a fart cloud. This smells like an emergency to me, he said, and opened all the pits. On the golf course, Father was lining up the putt when he noticed a familiar smell. What's that horrible odor, said one of the other golfers. Must be the sea air, said Father. But Father knew it wasn't the sea air. He saw Pet Officer Smedley coming towards him. Who got a problem with that golf course, he said. Father, Mother, Betty, and Billy were led back to the Pet Palace. Parlor, squawked Harry. Walter in quarantine, said Smedley. Oh no, thought Walter. Oh my God, squawked the parrot. I'm in a parrot first. They decided to put Walter in the room where they stored the stinky cheeses. Don't worry, Walter, said Betty. You won't be far away. We'll visit you a whole lot, said Betty, and she closed the door. Fair enough, said Walter, quietly barking. Among the stinky cheeses, there was a big one that called to Walter. I shouldn't eat that, thought Walter. It doesn't belong to me. Yet, here we are together, me and the cheese. Perhaps if I just licked it lightly, no one would notice. He licked it lightly, and then ate the entire cheese. Even though Walter was tucked away deep in the belly of the ship, his farts crept out under the door, slithering along the hallway, and made their way upstairs. By the next day, all 6 dining rooms were filled with farts and angry passengers. This ship stinks! Would you want our money back? Please be patient, ladies and gentlemen, said the cruise director. We're having a little problem with the ventilation system, but we'll have it under control in a few minutes. The captain said, put that dog overboard. Walter was lowered in a lifeboat, which was tied to the back of the ship. This will be fun, Walter, said Billy. Officer Smedley promised to do good treats every day, said Betty. Fair enough, thought Walter, farting. That night, the huge block of cheese inside him began doing its work, plugging up all the farts. Walter's kind of got a Zen thing going, I love it. The passengers were enjoying themselves again, while Walter trailed behind in his lonely lifeboat. The gas is building badly, he said, but at least I'm still attached to the ship. Suddenly, the computer system that controlled everything on the ship crashed, and the backup system crashed right behind it. The power died, the engines died, and the ship drifted helplessly. Everyone grew hot and frantic. In his lifeboat, Walter was having his own problems. The gas pains were unbearable. The
try not to think about it, he said to himself, twisting to look at his tail. He realized, if that cheese lets go, I'll be blown halfway to the Arctic Circle. He felt the gas bubbles building, and building, and building. He dug in with his paws and braced himself. If anything breaks my perfect concentration, I'm done for. A fly landed on his nose. He looked at the fly. The fly looked at him. There was a deep rumble as the cheese shifted inside him. A few small parts came out and gently pushed the lifeboat up against the ship. That wasn't so bad, said Walter. But then all the parts that had been blocked up for days came out with the roar of a rocket. The ship heaved forward. Walter hung on, still warning. Warp speed, squawked the parrot and Alice. We must be back to full power, said Father, gripping the deck rail. But it was much more than full power. It was Fort Power. It shot the ship over the horizon and into port. Right on time, said the captain. When the cruise was over, Pet Officer Smedley presented Walter with the sailor hat. It was an honor having Walter on our cruise. We had a great time, but it's good to be back on land, said Mother. Anyone for pizza? Asked Father. Hold the cheese, mocked the parrot.
Bravo!
Thank you.
The longest meal. And thorough chewing lowered the national debt. The Horace Fletcher papers reside in a single cardboard box of a size that would hold a lightweight cardigan. The self-dubbed economic nutritionist did not attend Harvard, but it is Harvard that came to own his letters, now stored in some dim recess in the Houghton Library. It was a spring day as many had visited them. Outside the open windows, a run-through commencement was underway, speeches being delivered before a plane of empty chairs. I recall feeling relieved by the compactness of the collection, for it appeared as if it could be gone through in a couple of hours, leaving time to enjoy the warm, chlorophyll brightened Cambridge afternoon. The box was deceptive. Fletcher had typed on the thinnest of onion-skin typing paper. As the years wore on, its margins grew smaller and smaller, often disappearing entirely. Fletcher was an efficiency bump, and his obsession appeared to have carried over into his habits as a letter writer. Just as he believed in extracting the most nourishment possible from a mouthful of food, he sought to extract the maximum use from each sheet of stationery. Around 1913, he switched from double to single spacing and began typing on both sides of the page. Because the paper was thin to the point of transparency, Fletcher's words bled through, causing some of the type to be perfectly legible. Finally, the turning point of his efficiency crosses over into literacy, and the savings and money resources cease to be worthwhile in the light of the price-paid underweight. Horace Fletcher danced around that point and spoke of it. What amazes me is the degree to which he was taken seriously. Fletcher was the instigator of a fad for extremely thorough chewing. We're not talking about British Prime Minister William Gladstone's 32 chews per bite. We're talking about this. 1/5 of the now midway section of the young garden onion, sometimes called shallot, has required 722 mastications before disappearing through involuntary swallowing. More on chewing and the oral device in chapter 7. Fletcher in the flesh did not, by most accounts, appear to be the crackpot that sentence suggests. He is described as full and charming, white dress, cream-colored set up his hand and after his coat. He believes in his fitness, he was fitting to good manners and fine food. Fletcher was charm and connections. Generals and presidents without pressurizing, as did Edward Lee, Kafka, and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. In 1901, around the Bad Week, Oklahoma Senator Robert L. Owen penned a proclamation, drafted which resides among the Fletcher papers, urging the formation of a national department of health based on the principles of Fletcher's Act. Senator Bower declared excessive chewing a national asset worthy of compulsory teaching institute. Not long after, Fletcher signed a post on the World War I Commission to relieve the health. It was not near curious by the land. Fletcher is a medical theologian. That might be each mouthful of food until it's liquefied, yet could more or less absorb double the amount of vitamins and other nutrients. Half the food commonly consumed is sufficient
all other PC spirits of the day, advocated venomous to speak for the putrefaction zone. Fletcher advised delivering lessons. Practitioners of Fletcher's hyper-efficient chewing regimen wrote following ways to consider normal and optimizing text to this day, and of a superior quality, as demonstrated by an unnamed literary text subject who in July 1903, while living in a hotel in Washington, D.C., subsisted on a glass of milk and 4 Fletcherized corn muffins a day. It was the maximally efficient scenario. At the end of 8 days, 64,000 words and just 1 p.m. All right. Let me describe that. Squatting on the floor of the room without any perceptible effort, he passed into the hollow of his face.
Hey, Lauren. You can do it, Lauren. You can do it.
Fantastic jump!
This is a poem by Wallace Stevens called An Idea of Order. I didn't make it my favorite poetry. She sang the genius of the sea. Water never formed to find her voice. Like a body, holy body, and yet its devotion made constant cry, caused constantly a cry that was not ours. Although she understood the bird of the ocean. The sea was not a mass, no more was she. The song and water were not deadly sounds. Even if what she sang was what she heard, what she sang was uttered word by word. It made even all the voice. She was the speaker. If she was the maker of the song she sang, the ever-hooded tragic depth of the sea was merely a place by which she walked and sang. Whose spirit is this, we asked? Because we knew it was the spirit that we sought, and we knew that she could sing us all. It was only the dark voice of the sea that rose or even colored by many waves. It was only the outer voice, wonderful, however clear, would have been deep air, the heating speech of air. The summer sound of heating, the summer with a rending sound. But it was more than that. It was more even than her voice and ours, among the meaningless plunges of water and wind. The afternoon distances, bronze shadows heaped on my horizon, mountainous atmosphere of the sky and the sea. I might switch to John right now. We're all up. I'm going to switch to John Keats. My heart aches. The drowsy numbness came by. Empty some milk pieces that rains within his past. Not anything that I'm happy about. Nothing too happy that I'm happy that thou, light-winged dryad of the trees, and summer beauties the bottom of the green shadows numberless, singest of summer in full-throated ease. Oh, for a drafted vintage, and for the long age of the deep velvet earth, tasting of floor and country, then once all song and summer. Oh, for a people full of the warm south, full of the truth, the blush of the heated bubbles rippling at the brim of the same mouth, and I might breathe the world outside, and with thee away apart, thinking far away. The dog will quite forget now amongst the leaves as they go. The weariness, the fever, and the breath. Here where men seem to hear each other groan, where palsy shakes and flutes set and laughs and faded bears. Those hail, expect those things. Where but to think is to be filled with sorrow and let not despair. Where beauty and where lustrous eyes. Away, for I shall fly with thee, not charioted by Bacchus and his bars, but on the viewless winds of ocean. The Dull brain perplexes and retards, already with thee, tender is the night. And captive evils from the throat, clustered around by the starry days. Yet here there is no light, save what by heaven. Earth moves in wide and mossy ways. I cannot see the shadows of nor what soft incense hangs upon the boughs, but in embalmed darkness, yes, sweet, sweet, wherewith the season will wind down. Perhaps the figure in the full tree wild, white hawthorn, that's the faded violets covered up with leaves, and midday's helpless child, I rose, full of good heart, the murmurous haunts of flies on summer eves, dark and cold. And for many an age I have been happy love with peaceful death. Other soft days, many of you are taking to the air my quiet breath. Now, more than ever, you die. To cease upon the midnight and while thou art pouring forth thy soul abroad in such an ecstasy, still stop singing. And I have participated without thy refuge. Thou wast not born for death, the mortal bird. Thou come to generation press thee down. The voice I hear this passing night is heard in ancient days by emperor and cloud. Having the self-same song until the straight path to the sad heart of Ruth. And sick from home, she stood in tears and made an alien born. The same song, the charm of educations, opening on the seas, fairylands forlorn. That's what I remember.
So I'm going to read a book by Cynthia Ryland called God Went to Beauty School. God went to beauty school. He went there to learn how to keep a good purr and how to just always leave out nails. So he opened up his own shop. Nails by Jim, he called it. He was afraid to call it Nails by God. He was sure people would think he was being disrespectful and using his own name in vain, and nobody would tip. He got into nails, of course, because he'd always loved hands. Hands were some of the best things he'd ever done. And this way, he could just hold one in his and admire the delicate bone just above the knuckles, delicate as birds' wings. And after he'd done that a while, he could paint all the nails any color he wanted, and then say, beautiful, and mean it. God made spaghetti, and he didn't have a ceiling, so he tried to make it stick to Jupiter, but that just vaporized the noodles, so God decided to have faith that it was cooked al dente. He filled up a big bowl and got himself a piece of sourdough and copy of the New Yorker, and God had supper. And he would actually like somebody to talk to. He didn't like eating alone, but most people think God lives on air. Apparently they've noticed all the food he's eating, so nobody's ever invited him over, unless it's community, and that's always such a letdown. God's got used to eat at the table, and he likes to hear anything. God went to the doctor, and the doctor said, "You don't need me, you're God." And God said, "Well, you're pretty good at playing me. I think you know what the problem was." So the doctor examined him. He couldn't find anything wrong except a little skip in God's heart. Probably nothing, he told God, but eat more fish. God sighed. He was hoping for more than that, maybe an antibiotic or a shot. He knew about that skip in his heart. He knew it was nothing fish could cure. The skip had started way back when he first heard that some people didn't believe in him. It scared him, and it still does.
Alright, I'm gonna fill in, folks. Where anybody else wants to step up? Yeah, come on, come on. Alright. Awesome so I got tons of kids' books. Yeah, great. While we've got a little pause here, I just want to thank everybody for coming out. It's an amazing event. We're 6 years in now, and this is just really wonderful buy-in. I was actually just talking to Lauren about how really cool it is. We got the directors here. Everybody's kind of jumping in and moving through. This is a really exciting event for us, so thank you all so much for being part of it.
Morning. I'm going to read Ghost in the House by Kazuna Kohara. Once there was a girl who went to live in a big old house at the edge of the town. It was a space, but there was one problem. The house was haunted. But the girl wasn't just a girl, she was a witch. She knew how to catch ghosts. Luckily, she said, I hope there are some more. And there were. She continued until she had caught all the ghosts in the house. Then she went to the kitchen and put them all in the washing machine. And when they were clean, she hung them out on the clothesline. It was fine weather for drying. After drying most of them, became nice curtains. One of them made a good tablecloth. They were all very useful. The little witch began to feel very tired after her hard work. She knew what to do with the last two ghosts. And they all lived happily ever after.
Glasses for deep trouble. Arthur wore glasses. I wish I wore glasses too, said his little sister. They look cool. And I really need them to see, said Arthur. Before I wore glasses, things looked funny. The hat looks like a hat. Some string looks like a ring. Some trash looks like some trash. A dog looks like a dog, said Arthur. Things look funny to me, too, said Arthur. Remember last summer when I saw the shark at the beach? And no one else did. The nice lifeguard said, maybe you need glasses, little girl, said Arthur. And Mom always tells me I can't see what a mess my room is, said Tita. Maybe glasses would help. You need more than glasses to clean up that mess, said Arthur. I never can find my toothbrush, said Tita. And Daddy says it's because I'm blind as a bat. See? She took 2 steps and bumped into the lamp. She took 3 steps and bumped into Arthur. I can't even see you, Arthur, cried Tita. Try opening your eyes, said Arthur. Just then, Arthur's friend Buster came over. Tita is acting silly, Arthur said to Buster. Tita took 2 steps and bumped into Buster. Buster? Is that you? She said. Guess what?
soccer. Tita opened her eyes. I want to play too, she said. You can't play soccer if you can't see, said Arthur. Tita grabbed the soccer ball. She bounced it up and down. Who says I can't see? Said Tita. Hooray! Yelled Arthur. She can see again! It's the miracle soccer cure! But I still want glasses, said Tita. Lauren, I'm up. Oh, you're up? Good. Okay, we're going to keep this very simple. I'm reading Dr. Seuss. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Black fish, blue fish, old fish, new fish. This one has a little star. This one has a little car. Say, what a lot of fish there are. Yes, some are red and some are blue. Some are old and some are new. Some are sad and some are glad. And some are very, very bad. Why are they sad and glad and bad? I do not know. Go ask your dad. Some are thin and some are fat. The fat one has a yellow hat. From there to here, from here to there, funny things are everywhere. Here are some who like to run. They run for fun in the hot, hot sun. Oh me, oh my, oh me, oh my, what a lot of funny things go by. And some have 2 feet and some have 4. Some have 6 feet and some have 4. Where do they come from? I cannot say, but I bet they have come a long, long way. We see them come, we see them go. Some are fast and some are slow. Some are high and some are low. Not one of them is like another. Don't ask us why, go ask your mother. Say, look at his fingers. 1, 2, 3. How many fingers do I see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He has 11. 11. This is something new. I wish I had 11 too. Bump, bump, bump. You ever ride a bump? With just one hump. We know a man called Mr. Gump. Mr. Gump has a 7-hump wump. So if you like to go bump, bump, just jump on the hump of the wump of Gump. Who am I? My name is Ed. I do not like my little bed. This is no good. This is not right. My feet stick out of bed all night. And when I pull them in, oh dear, my head sticks out of bed up here. We like our bike. It is made for 3. Our bike sits up and back, you see. We like our bike, and this is why. Mike does all the work when the hills get high. Hello there, Ned. How do you do? Tell me, what is new? How are things in your little bed? I do not like this home. A lot of things have come to fall. Dog and a house, oh what a bed, oh what a house. Here, I cannot here. Please look here. Must be something there. Say a bird was in your ear, but he is out, so have no fear. Again your ear can hear, my dear. My hat is old, my teeth are gold. I have a bird I like to hold. My shoe is off, my foot is cold. My shoe is off, my foot is cold. I have a bird I like to hold. My hat is old, my teeth are gold. And now my story is all told. We took a look, we saw enough, On his head, he had a hook. On his hook, he had a book. On his book was how to cook. We saw him sit and try to cook. He took a look at the book on the hook. But a nook can't read, so a nook can't cook. So what good to a nook is a hook cookbook? The moon was out, and we saw some sheep. We saw some sheep take a walk in their sleep. By the light of the moon, by the light of the moon, by the light of a star, they walked all night, like our librarians, from near to far. I would never walk.
That's not in the book.
I would take the car. I was just saying if anybody was listening. I do not like this one so well. All he does is yell, yell, yell. I will not have this one about. When he comes in, I put him out. This one is quiet as a mouse. I like to have him in the house. At our house, we open cans. We have to open many cans, and that is why we have a Zams. A Zams for cans is very good. Have you a Zams for cans? You should. I like to box. How I like to box. So every day I box a box. In yellow socks, I box my box. I box in yellow, box socks. It is fun to sing if you sing with a yin. My yin can sing like anything. I sing high and my yin sings low. And we are not too bad, you know. This one, I think, is called a yin. He likes to win. He likes to drink. He likes to drink and drink and drink. The things he likes to drink is ink. The ink he likes to drink is pink. He likes to wink and drink pink ink. So if you have a lot of ink, then you should get a ink, I think. Hop, 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 I am a yacht. All I like to do is hop. From finger top to finger top, I hop from left to right and then hop, hop. I hop right back again. I like to hop all day and night. From right to left, from left to right. Why do I like to hop, hop, hop? I do not know. Go ask Bill Hop. Brush, 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 brush. Comb, 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 comb. Blue hair is fun to brush and comb. All girls who like to brush and comb should have a pet like this at home. Who is this pet? Say, he is wet. You never get then a pet, I bet. As wet as they let this wet pet get. Did you ever fly a kite in bed? Did you ever walk with 10 cats on your head? Did you ever milk this kind of cow? Well, we can do it. We know how. If you never did, you should. These things are fun, and fun is good. Hello, hello. Are you there? Hello. I called you up to say hello. I said hello. Can you hear me, Joe? Oh, no. I cannot hear your call. I cannot hear your call at all. This is not good, and I know why. A mouse has cut the wire. Goodbye. From near to far, from here to there, funny things are everywhere. These yellow pets are called the Zeds. They have one hair up on their heads. Their hair grows fast, so fast they need a haircut every day. So I need a dish. On my hand, I have a dish. I have this dish that helps me wish. When I wish to make a wish, I wave my hand with a big swish, swish. Then I say, I wish for fish, and I get fish right on my dish. So if you wish to wish a wish, you may swish for fish with my wish dish. At our house, we play on back. We play a game called Bring the Gat. Would you like to play this game? Come down. We have the only gat in town. Look what we found in the park in the dark. We will take him home. We will call him Clark. He will live in our house. He will grow and grow. Will our mother like this? We do not know. And now, good night. It's time to sleep. So we will sleep with our pet cat. Today is gone. Today was fun. Tomorrow is another one. Every day from here to here, funny things are everywhere.
All right, I'm going again, and I'm reading this in honor of Bill. Bill is free. Play Dial of it is free, so I'm going to step it up a notch from the Giving Tree. I'm sorry, Zeus was great, Linda, but gotta keep up with the serious culture here. William States. I will arise and go now. Go to the spree. The small cabin built there of clay and wattles made. 9 bean rows will I have there, a hive for the honeybee, and live alone in the bee-loud glade. And I shall have some peace there. I shall have some peace there, for peace comes dropping slow, dropping from the veils of the morning to where the cricket sings. There midnight's all a glimmer, noon a purple glow, and evening full of linnet's wings. I will arise, go now, for always, night and day, I hear lake water lapping with low sounds by the shore. While I stand on the roadway or on the pavement's gray, I hear it with a deep heart's joy. That's for you. Can you read?
Postcards about why we should support libraries. So, first of all, let me just say thank you to Christian, Lauren, and all of the folks who have been here almost 20 hours already. It's been a big round of applause for 20 hours. I have not been here for 20 hours. My commitment is rock solid. I want to first say I'm Jimmy Van Bramer, proud to be a council member who loves libraries. With Councilmember Costa Constantinides, chair of our subcommittee on libraries, the two biggest champions of libraries in the New York City Council. And we are here, and we're going to do a little, we're going to do a joint effort here. We're both going to read postcards about why libraries are important, alternating back and forth, and this is very exciting. Real New Yorkers who really need their libraries, imploring us to fully fund libraries and restore $65 million. So, Councilmember Cousins, why don't you start us off?
All right, so I'll begin our duet. So here we go. Support public libraries, the hearts of every community.
Save libraries for the children who love them. Save the libraries for the students that need them.
This is pretty simple and straightforward. Libraries are extremely important.
I agree. Dear Councilman, as a librarian, I see so many people who need more than we can give them with the resources we have. Please help us.
Please take care of our libraries. The future of New York City depends on it.
I love public libraries. Will you please support them? Press the button. Thank you. Jen, New York City Public Library patron.
We dream about what we need. New York City needs dreamers. Fund us.
I wish everyone could see this one because this one is a beautiful drawing and there were crayons involved and it's really special. But it reads, I support the houses of literature. Libraries are a symbol of knowledge and the freedom of expression. Please support local libraries.
Libraries are one of the main reasons I love NYC.
Very sweet. This is obviously from the hand of a child, given the handwriting. Libraries were an essential part of my childhood and was one of my getaways after school. They are still important when I need a quiet place to study. Please continue to support our libraries. Angel. Maybe the handwriting was the situation.
Libraries are amazing. Their existence enables me to travel to different worlds with every book without leaving the city. I could not afford to do this without access to the library system. Reading is my favorite thing. Keep the support coming.
I think because Councilmember Constantinos and I are here, we can both say this one together, right? Ready? Queens Library rocked my socks. That is honestly what it says. With a beautiful drawing, folks in Queens are very talented.
You read to learn, and you go to the library to read. Support New York City libraries.
Because we threw down Queens, we had someone from Brooklyn. Libraries afford an opportunity for all people to have access to knowledge. Increasingly, they are also helping bridge the digital divide. It's our duty to invest in our library. Sophia from Brooklyn.
Please increase funding for our libraries. They're great for our children.
This is very beautiful. The librarian has drawn, somebody has drawn beautiful colors and a shush sign with just, please fund my library.
Save our libraries. Keep resources available for our communities, especially our children.
I love this one. Libraries are important. Budget cuts hurt children and families who rely on libraries to learn, grow, and stay off dangerous streets. Don't steal our future. We are your constituents. Listen to our voices.
This one is pretty easy and pretty straightforward. Yes. Yes, right? I like that.
Yes. Yes to everything.
Yes to everything.
Honorable council members, libraries are important to all people in New York City. Run them. Stephen Flushing.
I couldn't live my life without these libraries. And I line up with every citizen when their doors open every day. Support libraries.
Just as Jimmy. Jimmy, this is critical. Our libraries are the greatest institutions for advancing our democracy, giving opportunities to all of our citizens. Thanks. Rory, Mesa, that's not Rory Lance.
So, Tony, we have some Manhattan love here. All right. So I still love NYPD now. I'm librarian, serving 18 steps.
All right. This is a postcard from Embassy Vincent. Yes. It is. I believe it's a quote. "'Tis not love's going, hurt my days, but then it went in little ways." You know, someone's got to do something about that front row here.
Please support the library. The public needs it. We all love our library.
Libraries are essential. Here's what I do there. Number one, tutor a... Yeah, I got it. I've been doing this a little bit longer, Tony. I know what to do here. I tutor someone. I relax. I read my email. I check out books. I pay the fines. This is a good library patron. I go to concerts. I go to discussions. I go to movies. I sit in the garden. I read the newspapers. And I research my special interests. And this has preserved the libraries, especially the books.
There we go. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. This is not me reading in the first person, because I wish I was 19 again. But as a 19-year-old New York City public school student, I owe much of my success to the Queens Library. Please keep them thriving. Maria Ledesma, Queens.
Libraries are a must. I have 3 kids in school. We are regulars at our local library. Please keep local libraries healthy. Bill.
Support libraries. Reading for future leading. Books for little hearts and everything. Little hearts as well.
All right. Mr. Bramer. We won't hold that against him. Keep our libraries open and well staffed. Matters. Libraries matter.
You have a little bit for the Urban Libraries United. I support Urban Librarians United. Work to make the libraries the meeting places and discussion centers of the 21st century. Move. I can't read the rest of this, but love Jason.
Libraries aren't luxuries. They are a gateway to education and opportunity for many who can't have them any other way. Please give them the support they need. Viju.
I hope we can make it. I live in Corona, New York. We need more library hours.
As a parent and longtime advocate of education as a vehicle of social change and equality, I find it difficult to understand how the public libraries are not properly funded. The libraries service many members of our society who need these services to further their knowledge and quality of life. Why would we deter that? David.
This one's for you, Jimmy.
Oh, nice.
Hi, Jimmy. I support the libraries too. Mark Thompson.
I know Mark Thompson. Thank
There you go.
Please help fund the libraries. That's one of the places kids go to school to stay off the streets.
Keep all libraries open. It's very important for our children.
A single mother with 3 kids, 7, 12, 16, use the library until I meet them after work. Old Stellar.
Libraries give every child and adult the hope to dream bigger and better than today. Keep funds dedicated to New York Library.
My daughter's favorite place to go is the library. Save funding, New York City libraries.
Many immigrants in their districts, my family started out very poor. We couldn't afford Disney, so my mother would take us to the library. The adventures of my mind and the nurturing from Fran, the children's librarian, was invaluable. Because of libraries, I give back now too.
Beautiful. So I know that we're drawing to a close. Councilmember Constantinides and I will read a few more, and then I think some of us are going to head into City Hall and talk to some of our other colleagues about the importance of libraries. But I do like this one from Eddie Campbell here in Manhattan. Keep our libraries open. Turn off your TV and open a book.
Libraries set the mind free.
That is beautiful. Libraries make New York a more rounded state. We demand further investments. How else will the public receive affordable access to computers and books? Act now. Shinez Sharef.
Libraries change the future of many children. ESL free classes change the lives of many a non-native English speaker. Keep libraries open, full, and free.
Seems like a great place to conclude, but first of all, I want to welcome everybody to the first of what will not be the last of our performances together. Husband's case, we'll be performing at nightclubs all over this New York, right?
Just front fish.
Our little routine. But in all seriousness, we are united on behalf of libraries, united in support of full restoration for libraries. And it's a great partnership, and I know that many of our colleagues who are currently voting on some very interesting pieces of legislation across the way join us. So thank you so much again to Christian and Lauren and everybody from Urban Librarians United, our 3 library system heads, all the staff. It's been great to be a part of this, and look forward to some good things for the libraries in the next few weeks.
This is what a beautiful setting. I want to again thank Christian and what Urban Librarians United for doing this and being part of this. So, as Ginny said, this will be one of our many performances together, and making sure that libraries do get the funding that they do need. It's for everyone. We've read all these cards. We know what this is about. We know what's at stake. So, let's do our best. That's pretty hard.
Gentlemen, if you just actually stay there, I'm just going to move this over. Can everybody come in?
I don't know what's going on.
We're not breaking the chain. It's still pretty good. There we go.
Oh, Banner.
Yeah, step to the side. Step to the Still reading. I'm still reading. I'm still reading. I'm still reading. I read Should we hold up these? Yes. Why don't we all hold one of the doors back to the library department? Right, keep reading. Sorry about going. Keep reading.
Keep reading. As I lay in hoary winter's night, stood shivering in the snow, surprised I was with sudden heat, which made my heart to glow. And lifting up a fearful eye to view what fire was here, a pretty babe all burning bright, hid in the air appeared, whom scorched with excessive heat, such floods of tears did shed. As those floods quenched his flames, with which his tears were red. Alas, quoth he, but newly born, in fiery heat I cried, yet none approached so feel my fire but I felt his rising, human holding force. Love is the fire, and sighs the smoke. The ashes, chains, and swords. The fuel justice layeth on, and mercy blows the coals. The metal in his furnace rock are men's defiled souls. For we
which, as now on fire, burnt them to their good. So I melted to back and washed them in my blood. With this, he vanished out of sight, swiftly struck away, and straight I called into mind that it was Christmas Day. Yay. I have no idea what I was
We march. The morning is quiet. The sun rises. And we prepare to march. We pray for strength. We work together. We come from all over to march. We follow our leader. We walk together. We sing. We are hot and tired, but we are filled with hope. We lean on each other as we march to justice, to freedom, to our dreams. Yeah.
So this is Cyprian Islam. She is Transfer Rainforest Honorary Counselor for AF winning her essay contest at PSC. She was a good day student. She's for her parents, and she's going to read her essay.
If I were a council member and were to help our community, I would have schools around me, the environment, and people. These components replicate these components make all of our faces. I agree with Mr. Piper on this. We can't have students. Another issue of lastly, I would like to change. Everywhere I go, there is so many stereotypes of African American, Mexican, Asian, similar to the
Hi, I'm Maureen. I'm a children's librarian at Brooklyn Public Library. And I had a book in my bag, so I'm going to read that one. This is an awesome series, book 2 of 3. If you like sci-fi, mostly sci-fi, not fantasy, it's excellent. So basically what you need to know about this series is it involves multiple universes and steampunk. So where I'm picking up is when our hero Everett is engaged in a life and death battle in the cemetery with his alter ego, Everett M. Everett M has got the advantage. He's been equipped with nanotechnology, in the battle scene in the cemetery. And Everett has come back to his home universe. He's jumping between universes. He's come back to rescue his mom and his sister. So he's heading home to get them. Home drew Everett. He broke into a fast walk or run. Stupid and treacherous in snow, but Everett's feet knew every pebble and crack of these paths. He had never been afraid of this graveyard. Ghosts, vampires, undead rising. Everett considered these superstitions to be so stupid as to be unthinkable. The Victorian dead slept deep and very, very sound. They made good, peaceful company. Through the main gate across the whole way. The traveler hastened in the evening one of Sen's cards, tarot cards. Picture of a determined man in 18th century creatures and cats striding along a path that wound away out of sight. The traveler hastened because his journey has been longer and has taken him further than anyone can imagine, but home was close, very close. He saw himself at the end of Rody Road. He saw himself in the house. Would he ring the bell or just go around the back the way he always did? Open the door and just walk in. His mom would be singing the wrong words of songs on the radio. Victory Rose would be having her dinner. What would he say? Stop what you're doing and come with me. Get your coats, take some jewelry, and some small portable money and stuff you can sell. You won't need a passport or phone or money on you and travel nature. Why should they even muscle? Because he'd come back to them. That was enough. I could explain everything if you would just come with me. Everett's breath coming through more clouds as he ran along the central path beneath the snow-hooded tombstones. Then he saw the figure between him and the gate that opened to Stoke Newington High Street, and he stopped. The figure was little more than a dark silhouette against the yellow backdrop of street lights, with the size, the shapes, the way it stood, its clothes, everything about it said, "Be afraid now." The dark figure stepped into a pool of light that the security floodlights county council had put up. And in a flash, Everett understood everything. He whispered, he ran, he turned. After only a few steps, he yelped in pain, cocked a hand to his left shoulder. Something had stuck to him before him. He smelled burnt fiber, burnt flesh. Without breaking stride, Everett glanced over his shoulder. The other him, the enemy, the anti-Everett, was following him calmly, deliberately along the path. He aimed his finger like a gun. Everett dived and rolled by instinct alone. Snow is not a soft landing. Snow does not push or fall. Snow hides hard things, sharp edges in it. Everett cried out as his ribs hit hard against an edge of broken tombstone. He saw a thread of red light flicker in the dark. A physicist's son knows a laser when he sees one. The beam wavered and smashed toward him like the blade of a sword. Everett pulled to safety behind the flint of the Victorian funeral angel. Tree branches fell in the path, precision severed. That very first beam had winged him. If it had struck home, it would have burned a hole into a tiny pin. The laser couldn't cut through solid stone, could it? Everett decided not to hang around for the experiment. He scrabbled in the treacherous snow, trying to find his footing. His side ached. He'd have an incredible bruise there. He hoped that was all he would have. No, your head moving and the height of the tombstones didn't want to keep it at all. I can see his voice calling him, taunting him, his own voice. On what world had they found him, this other Everett? What had they told him? What had they promised him? What had they done to him? Everett ducked as the tortured air shrieked behind him. Something streaked over his head and blasted white explosion kicked the wind out of him, deafening and sent him staggering. Stone splinters ripped the side of his Everness vaulted jacket. The stone angel was shattered. Only the feet, those still buried in snow, remained. Go, go. Lasers planted, ran across the sky. Branches and twigs fell in cascades with glittering snow all around Everett. He put his arms up to ward off the debris and kept running. I can take this whole place to the ground, the voice called. Thinking his fault was saving nothing else. He is me. Everything I know, he knows. And everything he knows, I know. advantage. The small one. The only one. Everett knew he could never defeat his double in open combat. He had to neutralize those weapons, getting into the street in public where he couldn't be seen to use them. Everett moved deeper between the trees, taking a long, sneaky way around to the main gates, and the crowd still viewing the bicycle. His house streamed in. Everett ducked behind a mausoleum. Through the iron grating that protected the Victorian gate, he saw a line of explosions at the day. Trees were burning. Tombstones were toppled like dominoes. Don't think so, the anti-Everett shouted. Everett saw his enemy advancing through the glowing smoke and mist. What you think? He thinks. What does he want? He wants the individual. That means he can't kill me. He can't risk damaging Dr. Quantum. He doesn't know if I have it on me or not. That's his disadvantage. And that's my advantage. I have another advantage. He doesn't know I'm not alone. Slowly, silently, Everett crept away from the cover of the mausoleum.
Sorry, guys. I'm gonna read a little bit from Ender's Game. Chapter 4, Launch. With Ender, we have to strike a delicate balance, isolate him enough that he remains creative, otherwise adopt the system here, and lose him. At the same time, we need to make sure he keeps his strong abilities. Third rank, as simple, is a record for Ender's little team to win. But it's not what happens, so he's launching for genius. Too many little levels of happiness. Oh, good, he has to be a genius of nice. Not nice. Nice will let him go. So you try to isolate them. I'll have them completely separated from the rest of the boys by the time we get to school. And no doubt I'll be ready for you when you get here. I've thought that the reasons is still supported. It's not a sweet little kid. That's where you're mistaken. It's sweeter. I'm going to purge that out of it. Sometimes I think you can do it breaking these little geniuses. There is an art to it, and I'm very, very good at it. But enjoy? Well, maybe. When they put the pieces back afterwards, it makes it better. You're a monster. Thanks. Does that mean I get a raise? Just to know, the budget isn't exhaustible. They say the weightlessness can cause disorientation, especially in children whose sense of direction isn't yet secure. But Ender was disoriented before the shuttle launch even began. There were 19 other boys in his launch. They filled out the bus, they filed out of the bus and into the elevator. They talked and joked and bragged and laughed. Ender kept his silence. He noticed how Graf and the other officers were watching him, analyzing. Everything we do means something, Ender realized. Them laughing, me not laughing. He toyed with the idea of trying to be like the other boys, but he couldn't think of any jokes. None of theirs seemed funny. Wherever their laughter came from, Ender couldn't find such a place in himself. He was afraid. Fear made him serious. They had dressed him in a uniform, all in a single piece. It felt funny not to have a belt cinched around his waist. It felt baggy and naked dressed like that. There were TV cameras going, perched like animals on the shoulders of crouching men. The men moved slowly, cat-like, so the camera motion would be smooth. Ender caught himself doing it too. He imagined himself being on TV in an interview. The announcer asking him, "How do you feel, Mr. Wiggin?" "Actually, quite well, except hungry." "Hungry?" "Oh yes, they don't let you eat for 20 hours before the launch." "How interesting, I never knew that." All of us are quite hungry, actually. And all the while, during the interview, Andrew, the TV guy, would sleep along smoothly in front of the cameraman, taking long, wide strides. For the first time, Andrew felt like laughing. He smiled. The other boys near him were laughing at the moment, too, for another reason. I think it's another joke right here. He smiled at something much funnier. Don't fill out one at a time, said an officer. When you come to an aisle with empty seats, take one. There aren't any window seats. It was a joke. The other boys laughed. Andrew was near the last, but not the very last. Some of the cameras did not give up, though. Will Valentine simply disappear into the shuttle, he thought, waving at her, pointing to the cameraman and saying, "Can I tell Valentine goodbye?" He didn't know that it would be censored out of the tape today. For the boys soaring out to battle school were all supposed to be heroes. They weren't supposed to miss anybody. Andrew didn't know about the censorship, but he did know that running to the cameras. He walked the short bridge to the door in the shuttle. He noticed that the wall to his right was carpeted like a floor. That was where the disorientation began. The moment he began, he thought of the wall. He began to feel like he was walking on a wall. He got to the ladder and noticed that the vertical surface behind it was also carpeted. I am climbing up to the floor, hand over hand, step by step. And then, for fun, he pretended that he was climbing down the wall. He did it almost instantly in his mind, convinced himself that it's the very best evidence of gravity, found himself gripping the seat tightly, even though gravity pulled him firmly against it. The other boys were bouncing on their seats a little, poking and pushing, shouting. Ender carefully found the straps, figured out how they fit together, to hold him in with that crotch, waist, and shoulders. He imagined a ship dangling upside down on the underside of Earth, with giant fingers of gravity holding him firmly in place. But we will slip away, he thought. We were going to fall off of this planet. He did not know its significance at the time. Later, though, he would remember that it was even before he left Earth that he first thought of it as a planet, like any other, not particular things up. Well, I've already figured it out, said Graf, and stepped on the ladder. Coming with us. And announced, we don't usually come down for recruiting, Graf said, kind of in charge there, administrator of the school, like the principal. They told me I had to come back or lose my job. He smiled. He smiled back. He felt comfortable with Graf. Graf was good. And he was principal of the battle school. And he relaxed. A friend there. The other boys were belted in place, those who hadn't done as Andrew did. Then they waited for an hour while the TV and the French shuttle introduced them to the shuttle flight, this new space flight, and the possible future with the great starships of the IF. Very boring stuff. Andrew had seen such films before. Except that he had not been belted into a seat inside the shuttle, hanging upside down from the belly of Earth. The launch was a little scary. He felt a few moments of panic, expecting the first man to launch from the station. The look of the kid and the much fire and it really wasn't a strap, no gravity whatsoever. He was reoriented himself, surprised that Graf came up with ladder. He reclined down to the shuttle, nor did it bother him when Graf just under a room, push it off with his hand, and swung upright, as if he were an airplane. The reorientation was much one foot down, understood and your animated anything from the hour before the launch. On gravity was fun. Graf's gravity gain was fun. He carried it further, imagining that Graf was actually hanging upside down from the center aisle, and then picturing himself hanging straight up on a sidewalk. Gravity could go any which way, however I wanted to go. I could make Graf stand on his head, and he was doing it that way. What do you think is so funny, William? Graf's voice was sharp and angry. What did I do wrong? I asked you to be a soldier at Rocky Mountain. This is the beginning of the training routine. And since the military shows on TV and they always shoot a lot of training before their soldiers in the office, we became good friends. Yes, sir, Andrew said. Well, that's good then. I thought of you hanging upside down by your feet. I thought it was funny. It sounded stupid now. Now with Graf looking at him coldly. To you, I suppose it is funny. Is it funny to anybody else here? Murmurs of no. Well, why isn't it? Graf looked at them all with contempt. Scum brains. That's what we got on this launch. Pinhead little morons. Only one of you had the brains to figure out that in hell gravity, directions or whatever you can see them to be. Do you understand that, Shaps? The boy nodded. No, you don't. Of course you don't. I don't think you do. There's only one boy on this launch with me. to take on it, not set them up as the best. They were supposed to be against each other at first, so they could become friends later. Most of you are going to ice out. Get used to that, little boys. Most of you are going to end up in combat school because you don't have the brains to handle teach-based piloting. Most of you aren't worth the price of bringing you up to combat school because you don't have the brains. Some of you might make it. Some of you might be worth something to humanity, but don't bet on it. I'm betting on only one. Suddenly grabbed your back and caught the ladder with his hands, then swung his feet away from the ladder, doing a handstand as the floor was down. Bending by his hands, the floor was up, hand over hand, and he swung himself back along the aisle to the looks like you got it made. Next to him. Never shook his head. One of you talks to me. What is that? Sharp pain on the top of his head, and again, he goes one eye. Would anybody else like to step up and read? Do I have another reader in the works? Another reader? Come on out. One second. No, we got somebody coming up. Just give me 1 minute. I got a whole bunch of stuff over here. You can get around whatever you want.
So, fill in here for a minute. I'm going to read an excerpt from William Goldman's The Princess Bride. This is my favorite book in all the world, though I have never read it. How is such a thing possible? I'll do my best to explain. As a child, I had simply no interest in books. I hated reading. I was mostly very bad at it. Besides, how could you take the time to read when there were games that shrieked for playing? Basketball, baseball, marbles. I could never get enough. I wasn't even good at them, but give me a football and an empty playground and I could invent last-second triumphs that would bring tears to your eyes. School was torture. Miss Roginski, who was my teacher for the 3rd through 5th grades, would have meeting after meeting with my mother. I don't feel Billy is perhaps extending himself quite as much as he might. Or, when we test him, Billy does really exceptionally well considering his class standing. Or most often, I don't know, Mrs. Goldman. What are we going to do about Billy? What are we going to do about Billy? That was the phrase that haunted me those first 10 years. I pretended not to care, but secretly, I was petrified. Everyone and everything was passing me by. I had no real friends, no single person who shared an equal interest in all games. I seemed busy, but I suppose impressed. I might have admitted that for all my frenzy, I was very much alone. What are we going to do about Billy? I don't know, Miss Roginski. How do you know this business? I've heard you use every word with my own ears. I'm sorry, Miss Roginski, I must not have been thinking. You were always thinking, Billy. You just weren't thinking about the reading test. I could only nod. What was it this time? I don't know, I can't remember. Was it Stanley Hack again? Stan Hack was the Cubs' 3rd baseman for these many other years. I saw him play once from the bleacher seat, and even at that distance, he had the sweetest smile I'd never seen. And to this day, I swear he smiled at me several times. I kind of worship him. He also could hit a ton. Bronco Nagurski is a football player, a great football player. In the paper last night said he might come back and play for the Bears again. He was hurt when I was a little bit, but if he came back, I could see him play and someone would take over him. I could see him play, and maybe whoever took me also knew him, and I could meet him, and it'd be great. And also, I'd eat a sandwich made by Bronco Nagurski. Just like. You've got a wonderful imagination, Billy. You really do. I think it's probably I need glasses. I don't read these words except for before. I just get the blackboard for missing, or it's just so busy. Do they look fuzzy, Billy? No, they don't. I'm just not getting through to you sometimes. But you're going to be all right. They always said, you're a late bloomer, that's all. Winston Churchill was a late bloomer, and so are you. I wanted to ask her who he played for, but there was something in the film that made me think he was not some sort of athlete. And Einstein, late bloomer too. Him, I also didn't know, or what a late bloomer was, but man, it didn't sound good. When I was 26, my first novel, The Temple of Gold, was published by Alfred Frederick Hall, which is now part of Random House, which is now part of RCA, which is now part of whoever's publishing media, probably. Before any of that, people knew who he was and what he wrote about. And I said I didn't even know anybody like that. I got excited, and I thought it would be okay to send my first copy to Mona Straczynski. And I figured it was logical and perfect because if anybody made my opinions, she did. She was, of course, because the tool is key in the book, but I'm creative. This old teacher of mine, you send her a copy and I'll sign it, maybe write a little. I was okay. She said until publicity I interrupted with, we were thinking of someone more on the national scene. Very softly I said, Mr. Straczynski, you can just send her a copy, please, okay? Yes, he said. Yes, by all means. You remember how I didn't ask who Churchill played for because of her tone? I must have hit the same tone too just then. Because he had the same exact one. He wrote her name away anyway, asking if it was ski or sky. Yeah, I already hiking for the years, trying to gain description of what's happening to her. Clever and modest, brilliant, and perfect, and everything just like that. First name? That brought me back fast. I didn't know her first name. Miss was all I ever called her. I didn't know her address either. I didn't even know if she was alive or not. I'd been back to Chicago in 10 years. I was only a child. Both from Scott and me. Competed in Chicago. Send it to Highland Park Grammar School, I said. I thought I'd write for Miss Straczynski, a rose for your late bloomer. And I thought that was too conceited, so I decided for Miss Straczynski, a weed for your late bloomer. Would be more humble, too humble, I decided next. And the bright idea that day, I couldn't think of anything. Then I thought, what if she doesn't even remember me? Hunting the streets over the years, why would she? So finally, in the description, I put, from Miss Straczynski, from William Goldman, Billy, you called me. And you said I would be a late bloomer, and this book is for you, and I hope you like it. I'm taking class from 4th, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades. Thank you very much. Book came out and got bombed. I stated and did the same, adjusting. Not only did it not establish me as the freshest thing since Kid Marlowe, it also didn't get read by anybody. Not true, it got read by any number of people, all of whom I knew. I think it is safe to say no stranger savored it. It is safe to say, however, I reacted as indicated. When Mr. Straczynski's note came late, it got sent to my boss and not to me. They took their time relaying it. I was ready for a letter. Dear Mr. Goldman, thank you for the book. I have not had time yet to read it, but I'm sure it's a fine endeavor. I, of course, remember you. And we're all of my students, yours sincerely, Tony Origins. Thank you. Anything else? Would anybody else like to read?
Oh, me. Stop doing stuff. Promise and change it. Every day, come and jump from the sun to the LA farm. Stop at the station along the way. But one day, the little blue engine decides to go the whole route without stopping once. And the result is a wild mix-up of passion, loving, and pets. Children will be able to read this book because it's written in simple English that the kitty reads. The cat in the hat. Stop and stop. I'm putting out products. And the daytime today, and the trouble is starting flying. All of them want a little bit of this one. Every day, time for the stuff up and over. Not too fast, not too slow. Stop at the station. They stopped at Matchwood, where a little boy waits. They stopped at Ellsbury, where a spotted cow moved. They stopped at Hackensack, you gotta walk, you gotta run. One morning, the little boy said, I am tired. They just stopped. I'm going to go. I'm fine. At the class. Away with the train. Out of the class. Who is this? Right. The little boy already had time to leave. And the dining car bounced up and down in the city. Stop and stop. Stop hold pretty tight. The train didn't stop. It whizzed right by Ellsbury, the spotted cow on their time to move. And the sleeping car passengers bounced up and down in their beds. Stop, train, stop. Don't go anymore. Our feet are on the ceiling. Our heads are on the floor. The train didn't stop. It was right by Hackenbeck. People could not get on, could not get off. In the baggage car, trunks and bags and pets bounced all around. Splash, a fish splashed into a cat captor. Meow, a cat tumbled into a bird cage. Squawk, a bird flew into a suitcase. Stop, they called. Stop, train, stop. The door blew into the room on the ground, so we couldn't stop. Freeze! It reached the very last station. The train had run all the way from the start of the line to the end of the line without stopping. The passengers were not pleased. Their soup was cold, their ice cream was hot, dresses were here, suits were there, fish wagged their tails, cats flew everywhere. And Thomas, the tank engine, did not feel happy either. He said, I miss boys' waiting. I miss cows walking. I miss people getting on and people getting off. So from then on, every day, the train traveled not too fast and not too slow, and stopped at every station. Go, train, go. Have you read these all-time favorite books? Beginner books. This is based on the Railway series by the Reverend W. Audrey, and it's The Cat in the Hat.
I'm going to be reading Native Son by Richard Wright. And the interesting thing about this particular one is that Harper Perennial is celebrating 58 years. So this was $10 at an independent bookstore. And one of my all-time favorite books, which is about public libraries in New York City, is The Trick House of Brooklyn. And I read this book every year. It's also part of the Harper Perennial series. He edged through the door slowly and stopped halfway. The woman was so close to him that he could see a tiny mole at the corner of her mouth. He held his breath. It seemed that there was not room enough for him to pass without actually touching her. Come on in, said the woman. He whispered. He squeezed through and stood uncertainly in a softly lit hallway. Follow me, she said. With cap in hand and shoulders sloped, he followed, walking over a ground so soft and deep that it seemed he was going to fall at each step he took. He went into a deep room. Take a seat, she said. I'll tell Mr. Dalton that you're here, and he'll be out in a moment. Yes, sir. He sat and looked up at the woman. She was staring at him, and he looked away in confusion. He was glad when she left. That old bastard. What's so damn funny about me? I'm just like she is. He felt that the position in which he was sitting was too awkward, and found that he was on the very edge of the chair. He rose slightly to sit further back. When he sat, he sank down so suddenly and deeply that he thought the chair had collapsed under him. He bounded halfway up in fear. Then, realizing what had happened, he sank distrustfully down again. He looked around the room. It was lit by dim lights glowing from a hidden source. He tried to find them by roving his eyes, but could not. He had not expected anything like this. He had not thought that this world would be so utterly different from his own that it would intimidate him. On the smooth walls were several paintings whose nature he tried to make out, but failed. He would have liked to examine them, but dared not. Then he listened. A faint sound of piano music floated to him from somewhere. He was sitting in a white home. Dim lights burned around him. Strange objects challenged him. And
he was feeling angry and uncomfortable. All right, come this way. He started at the sound of a man's voice. So, come this way. Misjudging how far back he was sitting in the chair, his first attempt to rise failed, and he slipped back, resting on his side. Grabbing the arms of the chair, he pulled himself upright and found a tall, lean, white-haired man holding a piece of paper in his hand. The man was gazing at him with an amused smile that made him conscious of every square inch of skin on his black body. Thomas? The man asked. Bigger, Thomas? Yes, sir. He was not speaking really, but hearing his words roll involuntarily from his lips. Come this way. Yes, sir. He followed the man out of the room and down a hall. The man stopped abruptly. Bigger paused, bewildered. Then he saw, coming slowly toward him, a tall, thin white woman, walking silently, her hands lifted delicately in the air and touching the walls either side of her. Bigger stepped back to let her pass. Her face and hair were completely white. She seemed to him like a ghost. The man took her arm gently and held her for a moment. Bigger saw she was old, and her gray eyes looked stone. Are you all right? The man asked. Yes, she answered. Where's Peggy? She's preparing dinner. I'm quite all right, Peggy. The man let go of the woman, and she walked on slowly, the long white fingers of her hands just barely touching the walls. Behind the woman, following at the hem of her dress, was a big white cat, pacing without sound. She's blind, thought Bigger in amazement. Come on, this way, said the man. Yes, sir. I wondered if the man had seen him staring at the woman. He would have been careful here. There were so many strange things. He followed the man into a room. Sit down. Yes, sir, said the sailor. That was Mrs. Dalton, said the man. She's blind. Yes, sir. She has a very deep interest in colored people. Yes, sir, Bigger whispered. He was conscious of his effort to breathe, licked his lips, and fumbled nervously with his cap. Well, I'm Mr. Dalton, sir. Do you think you'd like driving a car? Oh, yes, sir. Did you bring the paper, sir? Did the relief give you a note to me? Oh, yes, sir. He had completely forgotten about the paper. He stood to reach into his vest pocket, and in doing so, dropped his cap. For a moment, his impulses were deadlocked. He did not know if he should pick up his cap, then find the paper, or find the paper, then pick up his cap. He decided to pick up his cap. Put your cap here, said Mr. Dalton, indicating a place on his desk. Yes, sir. There was a stone still while the cat bounded past him and leaped upon the desk. It sat looking at him with large, placid eyes and mewed plaintively. What's the matter, Kate? Mr. Dalton asked, stroking the cat's fur and smiling. Mr. Dalton turned back to Bigger. Did you find it? No, sir. But I got it here somewhere. He hated himself at that moment. Why was he acting and feeling this way? He wanted to wave his hand and blout out the white man who was making him feel this way. If not that, he wanted to black out himself. He had not raised his eyes at Mr. Dalton's face once since he had been in the house. He stood with his knees slightly bent, his lips partly open, his shoulders stooped, and his eyes held a look that was disturbed of his. There was a organic conviction in him. This was the way people wanted him to be in their presence. None had ever told him that in so many words, what their manner had made him feel as they did. He laid the cap down, noticing that Mr. Dalton was watching him closely. Maybe he was not acting right. Damn. Clumsily, he searched for the paper. He could not find it at first, and he felt called upon to say something for taking so long. I had it right in my vest pocket, he mumbled. Take your time. Oh, here it is. He drew the paper forth. It was crumpled and soiled. Nervously, he straightened it out and handed it to Mr. Dalton, holding it by its very tip end. All right now, said Mr. Dalton. Let's see what you've got here. You live at 3721 Indiana Avenue? Yes, sir. Mr. Dalton paused, frowned, and looked up at the ceiling. What kind of building is that over there? You mean where I live, sir? Yes. Oh, it's just an old building. Where do you pay rent? Down on 31st Street? To the South Side Realty Estate Company? Yes, sir. Bigger wondered what all these questions could mean. He had heard that Mr. Dalton owned the Southside Real Estate Company. He was not sure. How much rent do you pay? $8 a week. For how many rooms? We just got one, sir. I see. Now, Bigger, tell me, how old are you? Money, sir. Mary. Now, sir. Sit down. Reading and stand. It won't be long. It won't be long. Yes, sir. He sat. White cat still contemplating him with large, moist eyes. Now, you have a mother, a brother, and a sister? Yes, sir. There are 4 of you. Yes, sir. There's 4 of us. Stanton trying to show that he's not as stupid as it might appear. He felt a need to speak more, for he felt that maybe Mr. Dalton expected him, and he suddenly remembered the many times his mother had told him not to look at the floor when talking with white folks or asking for a job. He lifted his eyes and saw Mr. Dalton watching him closely. He dropped his eyes again. I'll call you Bigger. Yes, sir. Now, Bigger, I'd like to talk to you. Yes, goddamn, he knew listening. When we asked him how the time he had been accused of stealing auto tires and sent to the reform school, he felt guilty, condemned. You should not have come here. The relief people said some funny things about you. I'd like to talk to you about them. Now, you needn't feel ashamed with me, said Mr. Dalton, smiling. I was a boy myself once, and I think I know how things are. So just be yourself. Mr. Dalton pulled out a package of cigarettes. Here, have one. No, sir. Thank you, sir. You don't smoke? Yes, sir, but I don't want one now. Now, Bigger, the relief people said you were a very good worker when you were interested in what you were doing. Is that true? Well, I did do my work, sir. But they say you were always in trouble. How do you explain that? I don't know, sir. Why did they send you to the reform school? His eyes glared at the floor. They said I was stealing. He flirted defensively, but I wasn't. Are you sure? Yes, sir. Well, how do you get mixed up in it? I was with some boys and the police picked us up. Mr. Dalton said nothing. We heard a clock ticking somewhere behind him. He had delicious clothes to look at it, but he restrained himself. Well, Bigger, how do you feel about it now, sir? About what? If you had a job, you steal now? No, sir, I don't steal. Well, said Mr. Dalton, they say you could be a worker, and I'm going to give you a job. They said nothing. You think you can handle it? Oh, yes, sir. He called $20 a week, but I'm going to give you $25. The extra $5 is for yourself. You can spend as you like. You get the clothes you need and your meals. You'll sleep in the back room above the kitchen. You can give the $20 to your mother to keep your brother and sister in school. How does that sound? Sounds all right. Yes, sir. Well, I think we'll get along. Yes, sir. I don't think we'll have any trouble. No, sir. Now, Bigger, said Mr. Dalton, since that's settled, let's see what you'll have to do every day. I leave every morning for my office at 9. It's a 20-minute drive. You are to be back at 10 and take Miss Dalton to school. At 12, you'll call for Miss Dalton at the university. From then until night, you are more or less free. If either Miss Dalton or I go out at night, of course, you'll do the driving. You'll work every day. We don't get up till noon on Sundays, so you will have Sunday mornings to yourself, unless something unexpected happens. You get 1 full day off every 2 weeks. Yes, sir. And if you can handle that, oh, yes, sir. And anytime you're bothered about anything, come and see me. Let's talk it over. Thank you. All right.
This is by Jasper Ford, the last driving clear. I'm just going to start from the beginning a little bit. Once I was famous. My face was seen on t-shirts, badges, commemorative mugs, and posters. I made front-page news, appeared on TV, and was even a special guest on the Yogi Guard daytime TV show. Daily Clam called me the year's most influential teenager, and I was the most on some days. 2 people tried to kill me, was threatened to jail, 58 Walker's marriage, and was outlawed by King Sod IV. All that and more besides, and in less than a week. My name is Jennifer Stream. It looked set to become even hotter by the afternoon, just when the job was becoming more fiddly and needed extra concentration. But the fair weather brought at least one advantage. For Dry air makes magic work better and fly farther. Moisture has a moderating effect on the mystical arts. No sorcerer or sparkle ever did productive work in the rain, which probably accounts for why getting showers to start was once considered easy, but getting them to stop was nearly impossible. We hadn't been able to afford a company car for years, so the three sorcerers, the beast, and I packed into my rust-lit orange, but mostly rust, Volkswagen, with a short journey from Hereford to Dinmore. Lady Mongon had insisted on sitting in the passenger seat because that's how it will be, which meant the wizard, Lord, Hogan, and the well-proportioned, full-price were in the back seat with the dwarf piece sitting between the two of them and panting. I was driving. I don't think unusual anywhere, given the which was unique to the United Kingdoms. For having driving tests based on maturity, not age. That explained why I had a license since I was 13. While some were still failing to make the grade at 40, it was lucky I could. Sorcerers were easily distracted. Letting them drive is about as safe as waving around a chain store at full throttle in a crowded nightclub. We had lots to talk about. The job we were driving to, the weather, experimental spells, pink spots, sometimes eccentric ways. But we did Rice Morgan and Mogwai, despite being our best sorcerers, didn't really get along. It wasn't anything personal. Sorcerers are just like that. Temperamental, and apt to break out into petulant posturing that takes time and energy to smooth over. My job of running Kazam Mystical Arts Management was less about spells and enchantments, diplomacy, bureaucracy, than about babysitting. Working with those versed in the mystical arts was something like trying to knit the wet spaghetti. Just when you thought you'd gotten somewhere, it all came to pieces in your hands. But I really didn't mind it. Were they frustrating? Frequently. Were they boring? Never. I do wish you wouldn't do that, said Lady Mormont, agreeing tone as she shot a disapproving glance at Full Price. He was changing from walk queen to a Boris and then back again in slow, measured transformations. Orkneys were staring at him strangely, and with each transformation, there walked an unpleasant smell of fish around the small bar. It was good when those were open. Lady Mogwai, who in better days had once been sorceress of royalty, henceforth with the potential view of the public, was the mark of a hopelessly filled bread. "Woof, woof," said Full Price, trying to speak while a Boris, which is never satisfactory. "I'm just tuning up," he added in an indignant fashion. "Once the Boris, or human, depending on which way you look at it. Don't tell me you don't need to. Is it Mugan?" And I was the Lady Mormont, eager to know how she was tuning up. And had prepared for the job of tinkering with the print of the Hereford Bailey eye strain. He had filled in the crosswords in 20 minutes. Not unusual in itself, since the eye strain's crossword is so important. That he had used letters from elsewhere on the page and dragged them across using the power of his mind alone. Crossword was now complete, and more or less correct, but it left the article on a leaf that lost its part of the patronage of the troll board windows flush, looking a little distraught. "I'm required to answer your question," replied Lady Mogwai haughtily, "and what's more, I detest the term tuning up. It's authenticating, and always has been. Using the old language makes us sound archaic and out of touch," replied Price. "It makes us sound as we are meant to be," replied Lady Mogwai. "Noble bull." The once noble bull of Ben, inadvertently broadcasting his subconscious on alpha so low, even I could sense it. Lady Mogwai skittled in her swiveled in her seat, glaring. Keep your thoughts to yourself, man. Know that something with an eye alpha, so only she can hear you. I don't know what you thought. The lady online said, and stared out the side window in fashion. I sighed. This is my life. But the 45 sorcerers, rulers, sponsors, slayers, shifters, weathermongers, arbiters, and other assorted mystics also fully fired sadly or damaged to viral index fingers, cracks, toil arthritis. Of these 45, 13 were potentially capable of working, but only 9 had carrying licenses. 2 operators, a pair of precogs, and most important, 5 sorcerers legally empowered to carry out acts of enchantment. Lady Loved One was certainly the craftiest and probably the most skilled. As with everyone else in Kazan, her patterns have faded dramatically over the past 3 decades or so. But unlike everyone else, she did not really in her defense, to fall than precedent. This wasn't really an excuse. The sisters Karamazov could also claim once royalty, and they were nice as apricot pie, red as an knapsack of onions, but pleasant nonetheless. I might have felt sorrier for Mom One if she weren't so difficult all the time. Her intimidating manner made me feel small and ill at ease, and she rarely, if ever, missed an opportunity to put me in my place. Since Mr. Zambini's disappearance, she got worse, not better. Marquise, they didn't have to bring the beast to full price asking. They jumped in the car when they opened the door. Marquise crawled, feeling several holes with razor-sharp blades. Despite his classic nature, Beast's ferocity and rigors almost guaranteed that no one ever completely shrugged off the possibility that he would try to take the life out of him. Marquise indeed, he might have been so unaware that he wondered what people would be screaming. Delicately duty as acting Plaza said, to direct the sorcerers to big teamwork. If I didn't mention how important this job is, Mr. Jambini always said that Kazam needed to adapt to survive. Get this right, possibly tap a liberty market that we badly need. So Lady Long One, we all need to be in tune and ready to hit the ground running, I added. I told Mr. Bigby we'd all be finished by 6 this evening. They didn't argue. I think they knew the score well enough. Mr. Long One snapped their fingers. Closed my gearbox. Told us when that puppy kept baking. Rumbling noise suddenly outside. Long One rinsed gearbox machines while the engine was running. It was soon enough for all of them. I knocked on the door of the red brick house at the edge of the village. Each man examined. Mr. Digby, my name is Jennifer Strange. I'm a Plaza, acting manager of Mr. Zambini. He spoke on the phone. He looked me up and down. You seem a bit young to be running in Naples. I'm 16, I said. 16? In 2 weeks I'll be 16, yes. And you're actually 50. I thought for a moment. In my 16th year, this year can be narrowly sized. Hey, you shouldn't be in school or something. Indentured servitude. I answered as rightly as I could, trying to sidestep the contempt that most free citizens have for people like me. As a family, I had been brought up by the sisterhood, who had sold me to Kazan 4 years before. I spent 2 years of paid work before I could even think of applying for the first level. That would be one day be 14 years of paperwork and bureaucracy later as a freedom. Indentured or not, replied Mr. Digby. He's indisposed. I temporarily assumed his responsibilities. Mr. Digby repeated. He looked at the three sorcerers who stood waiting at the car. Why her and not one of you? Bureaucracies, little people, or devil along. I'm too busy. Paperwork exaggerates my mistake. Vanish, said full price. We have complete confidence in Jennifer, added Wizard. Appreciated what I did, perhaps former host. Found things retort quickly. May we get started? Very well, replied Mr. Digby after a long pause, in which he looked at us all in turn and said, "Should I cancel?" So look, but he didn't. Actually, my infections we agreed. We finished my sentence yet. I said that was so. And handed me his house. I could take you a wide berth. It's not a good idea. It's that sort of stuff. It's some more business. Right, I said to the sorcerers over the team.
Theodora prided herself on being a gracious bird. She was determined to make the best of a bad situation. And here she is facing a case. So she was really mad about it. She said it was she found her sleeping in the backyard. Theodora always took the noise out for her, but she never did. Maureen said the calm quiet was time to do. And here she is looking up at you. Thanks, Theodora, like her onto the double down. So many she was almost tempted to hang out, but she never did. Next year I will find out the skill that she has. And she is ready to fly today. Next year I will do it for sure. When the last one faded from you, Theodora sighed, ready to begin her day. And she noticed something unusual. And she was gasping. Dad. There he is in the room. And so obviously he's staying behind. They were staying behind together. In return, every morning, Theodora would continue with her dog's exercise in the warm and safety of her bathtub. And there she is in her little bathrobe. But not Chad. He did not seem to notice the cold smell. And he was seriously skating. Looking out her window, I think it was her little bathrobe. Theodora would bathe with her clothes only once each day, always outside to look up at the night star. And here she is with the hot plate. Would you like to look through my telescope? She heard Chad call. Standing on the ladder and looking through the telescope. And says, here, take a look. Being a well-mannered duck, Theodora could not refuse. She had never been so closely at the star. It was beautiful. And here she is admiring the stars in the telescope. Oh, she said, show me another one, and Chad did. Pretty soon they stopped looking at the stars, and Chad and Theodora began to talk. And here they are having a big conversation and trying to talk at the same time. She's talking about the conversation of legs, and he says ice cream. And Chad says, I think that food is a little dry, I wish there was a mayo on it. She's agreeing, and she loves to make the salsa too. And they both agree that the last is history of good times and so forth. And it says, maybe and I'm not so bad after all. Every day, they walk in the start together and they go. but sometimes they didn't have to pay anything at all. By the time the other ducks came back from their house, Theodore and Chad were inseparable. And Theodore had something he never had before. He asked me if we were bad for best friend. Chad was not like the other ducks. He got excited, he talked around with it, and he never arrived at any place on time. But Theodore didn't mind. That was just a joke. One day, they were walking back through town after doing errands. One day, when they were walking back through town doing errands, Theodore and Chad overheard Dave Maxwell snickering. And here they are snickering, and Velma is saying, "Look, it's that odd duck," and they're all pointing and laughing. And there's Chad and Theodore looking back at them. Theodore felt sorry for Chad. Through the Chad's thought, he was her friend. And Chad is saying, "I don't mind." Theodore says, "No, it's for me." Chad says, "Well, it's just that we have to eat it, just go somewhere." Yes, that's our way. Theodore says, "I'm not odd." Chad says, "They probably because I am most certainly am not odd. You are mistaken, Chad. And now they're really angry and screaming. Chad says, sometimes you are done. You look on your head. You look up. Felt like home. Be home for winter. And Theodore is shouting, "Look, you are just all kinds of things." They get looking for it. Everything looks like. They both go to dinner. Why would I ever find out that? I was just going to think actually, the girl was herself. Theodore was so mad that she did not get out of her. She did not like being angry and made her uncomfortable. Why would it throw his teeth and comfort? But even though she wanted to try to be flavor, it wouldn't be fun to try to go home. Then she went to Melbourne. Everything was like a fun project, especially with the Paris school. Finally, she went to the library. Visiting lecturers have been very
Thank you so much.
Hi. Right, we all like gadgets, right? But should make them like easier. What happens if it goes a little bit too far? And this is the story of it. It's called The Belt of a Rabbit. And here it all starts. George, I wish you a look at the nursery. What's wrong with it? I don't know. More pets? Look at it. It's just that the nursery's different now that it's dark. Alright, let's take a look. I've got all of this, huh? And you let it go. It cost us $30,000. Then, and walked up the street, and played, and sang, what's good to them. They approached, Santa tries to switch somewhere, and the nursery light flickered on when it came within 10 feet of it. Behind it, the hall lights did the same thing. It turned off and tried some other thing. Shots of foreign land
the utmost respect. We get close, the yellow bells, your eyes like yellow French cactus. The yellow lines and the dress. The sound of battered line runs down on the silent guitar. The smell of meat from the panting, drifted mouth. The lions stood looking at George and Lydia had terrible people with yellow eyes. Watch out, sweet Lydia. The lions came running at them. Lydia falls to the bed. George sprang after her. Outside the hall, George's back. Was sad that she was fine. Close and long for the other three hours. Four. Oh my dear, poor sweet Lydia. They're almost violent. False Lydia. Crystal ball. That's all they are. Oh, they look real. I must admit, I forget your problem. It's all dimensional, super reactional, it's all autochromics and sonics. It's my language. I'm afraid you to them in your body against the did you see? Did you hear? It's too real. How can you? Can't tell when you're that's any more now. Let's go to the street for a few days until I get my ears stuck. We don't have difficult feelings about that. We're not too much time to go. My doctor did not for a few hours. After me, what did you? They live for the nursery. It's not to be doctor, that's all there is to do. All right, we love to leave you up in your store. You've been working too hard. You need a rest. I don't know, she said, thumbing her nose, sitting down on the chair that began to rock up her. Maybe I don't have enough to do. Maybe I have time to think too much. Why don't we check the whole house off of the bed and take pictures? You need to run like this. Yes, she thought. And thought myself. Yes. I thought that's what they got this house. That's just it. I feel like they don't belong here. I get on the job and nurse me. Can I give that instruct the children so as if we should take the automatic of that cat? Hi. If you just me with you, you've been awfully nervous lately. I said, look at it. Unnecessary too. Am I those? Try to look at yourself to see what he's doing there. Oh, George, look at the other nursery store. Those lions can't get out there, can they? He looked at the door and saw his grandmother something had jumped again and looked at the other side. Of course not, he said. But then it could be along, but when he filled with a special plastic on the front ground that was like from the stick of the day to go ahead and eat. So George had and watching the dining room table to his home and the woman staring at him. He forgot to mention this. Sorry, said a small voice within the table, and it catches the ear. It's for the nursery, thought George had. We weren't heard from each other to be knocked out and given a while. Too much Benny is good for anyone, and was completely indicated which children had been spent and looked too much hard on Africa. That sound, the feeling on his neck, smelled like a hot paw, and the eyes, the smell of blood. The mom on the nursery got the telepathic illuminations of the children's minds. He created life on the inside. The children got lions and little lions. Shooting people George Henry stood on the African grass when alone. The lions looked up from their feet, watching him. The only clock in the room was the open door, which is wide, far down the dog fall like a train pigeon, eating for dinner at the factory. Go away, he said to the lions. They did not go. The Prince for the room exactly. They sent out the dogs. Whenever God's good, that's how the
I don't know anything to say. He said, except that beginning to be sorry, God give up the children. The children are not alive at all. One like that is supposed to help them work off their neurosis for the health. I'm starting to wonder if this is we're giving the children everything they ever wanted. Is this our new voice? This a vengeance? We stepped out of position. We stepped out of position. We never lived. Then something go under that. Treat
tell you, I trust my hunches and my instinct. I have the note something down. This is very bad. My advice is to have the whole damn house going on, and your children watching it every day for the next year for treatment. Is it that bad? I'm afraid so. One of the regional uses of this nurses was to study the cats who wanted to be watched by the child's mind. Study it out and help the love. This means that the room has become channel thoughts and I think if you shoes the house and threatening them a month ago, closing up the nursery unless they take it home and closing for 3 days to try and get this. That family name, everything. They had certain costs, now they have shelter before Santa. Book this room and discuss it because you and the wife in your children's affection. This room is where mother and father all more important in their lives and their well-formed parents. They're not coming off and want to shout them off. No wonder they're sacred. You can feel it coming out of the sky. Feel that sound? George happy changing your life. Like Timothy others, you build it around huge conflict. Why, we'll start tomorrow if anything went wrong in your kitchen. You wouldn't know how to handle that. Remember this, turn everything off. Too much for the children. I don't think coming any deeper mental. Lines with fishing were there, that's please. Lines were standing on the edge of the field watching the TV. Now I feel the possibilities. Let's get out of here. I never had kids to stand where we're standing down. Lines will be well done. I don't suppose you can say what you want to do. One moment, Michael, and I'll go ahead. And the daddy said, show me smile.
If I can get them out one time.
Well, here I am, sitting back there. And it makes me go, oh,
Each afternoon, when the whole city and beyond, the keepers of their hotel windows began to stir. Colin and Mary were woken up by the temperature of steel tools against the iron barges, which were moored by the hotel cafe pontoon. In the morning, these rusted pitted hulks, with no visible cargo or means of propulsion, would be gone. Towards the end of each day, they reappeared, and their crews set to inexplicably with their mallets and chisels. It was at this time, cloud and later that customers began to gather on the pontoons, eating ice cream at the tin tables, and their voices too filled the darkened hotel room, rising and falling in waves of laughter and dissent, flooding the brief silences between each piercing blow of the hammers. They woke, so it seemed to them simultaneously, and lay still on their separate beds. For reasons they could no longer define clearly, Colin and Mary were not on speaking terms. Two flies gyrated lazily around the ceiling light. Along the corridor, the key turned in a lock, and footsteps advanced and receded. At last, Colin rose, pushed the shutters ajar, and went to the bathroom to shower. Still absorbed in the aftermath of her dreams, Mary turned on her side as he passed and stared at the wall. The steady trickle of water next door made a soothing sound, and she closed her eyes once more. Each evening in the ritual hour they spent on their balcony before setting out to find a restaurant, they had been listening patiently to the other's dreams in exchange for the luxury of recounting their own. Colin's dreams were those that psychoanalysts recommend. Of flying, he said, of crumbling teeth, of appearing naked before a seated stranger. For Mary, the hard mattress, the unaccustomed heat, the barely explored city were combining to set loose in her sleep a turmoil of noisy, argumentative dreams, which, she complained, numbed her waking hours. And the fine old churches, the altarpieces, the stone bridges over canals fell dully on her retina as on a distant stream. She dreamed most frequently of her children, that they were in danger, and that she was too incompetent or muddled to help them. Her own childhood became confused with theirs. Her son and daughter were her contemporaries, frightening her with their insistent questions. Why did you go away without us? When are you coming back? Will you meet us off the train? No, no, she tried to tell them, you are meant to be meeting me. She told Colin that she dreamed her children had climbed into bed with her, one on either side. And there they lay, quickly floating over her sleeping body. Yes, I did. I told you, but you did. So she woke, exhausted, her hands pressed tight against her ears. Or, she said, her ex-husband steered her into a corner and began to explain patiently how to operate with expensive Japanese method, testing her on its intricacies at every stage. After many hours, she started to sigh and moan, begging him to stop, but nothing could interrupt the relentless drone of explanation. The bathroom window gave onto a courtyard, and at this hour it too came alive with sounds from adjacent rooms and the hotel kitchens. The moment Colin turned his shower off, the man across the way under his shower began, as on the previous evenings, to sing his duet from the magic flute, his voice rising above the torrential thunder of water and the smack and squelch of well-soaked skin. The man sang his duet with the total abandon of one who believes himself to be without an audience, cracking and yodeling the higher notes, try-lying the vernacular words, bellowing out the orchestral parts. Man, weave, on man, together make a godly song. When the shower was turned off, the singing subsided to a whistle. Colin stood in front of the mirror listening, and for no particular reason began to shave for the second time that day. Since their arrival, they had established a well-ordered ritual of sleep, preceded on only one occasion by sex. And now the common self-obsessed interview, during which they carefully groomed themselves before their and strolled through the city in this time of preparation, slowly and very slow. They used expensive duty-free cologne and wrappers on their bodies. They chose their clothes meticulously and without consulting the others. Somewhere among the thousands they were soon to join, there waited someone who cared deeply how they appeared. While Mary did her yoga on the bedroom floor, Colin rolled out one joint, took smoke on the balcony, and he would enhance that delightful moment when they stepped out of the hotel lobby into the creamy evening air. While they were out, not only in the mornings, the maid came and tidied the beds or removed the sheets. If
she thought that was necessary. Unused to hotel life, they were inhibited by this intimacy with a stranger they rarely saw. The maid took away used paper tissues. She lined up their shoes in the cupboard in a tiny row. She folded the dirty clothes into a neat pile on a chair and arranged loose change into little stacks along the bedside table. Rapidly, however, they came to depend on her and grew lazy with their possessions. They became incapable of looking after one another, incapable in this case of plumping their own pillows or of bending down to retrieve a dropped towel. At the same time, they had become less tolerant of disorder. One late morning, they returned to their room to find it as they had left it, simply uninhabitable. They had no choice but to go out again and wait until it had been dealt with. The hours before their afternoon sleep were equally well defined, though less predictable. It was midsummer, and the city overflowed with visitors. Colin and Mary set out each morning after breakfast with their money, sunglasses, and maps, and joined the crowds who swarmed across the canal bridges and down every narrow street. They dutifully fulfilled the many tasks of tourism the ancient city imposed, visiting its major and minor churches, its museums and palaces, all treasure-packed. In the shopping streets, they spent time in front of window displays discussing presents they might buy. So far, they had yet to enter the shop. Despite the maps, they frequently became lost and could spend an hour or so traveling back and around and consulting Colin's trick, a position of the sun, to find themselves approaching a familiar mark from an unexpected direction. They still lost. The going was particularly hard, and they heat more than usually oppressive. They reminded each other sardonically that they were on holiday. They passed many hours searching for ideal restaurants or relocating the restaurant of 2 days before. Frequently, the ideal restaurants were full, or if it was past 9 o'clock in the evening, it was just closed. If they passed one that wasn't, they sometimes ate in long before hungry, long perhaps. They each explored the city with pleasure. Followed whims dispensed with destinations and so enjoyed or ignored being lost. There was much to wonder at here. One needed only to be alert and attend. But they knew each other much as they knew themselves, and their intimacy, rather like too many suitcases, was a matter of perpetual concern. Together they moved slowly, clumsily, effecting lugubrious compromises, attending to delicate shifts of mood, repairing breaches. As individuals, they did not easily take offense, but together they managed to offend each other in surprising, unexpected ways. Then the offender, it had happened twice since their arrival, became irritated by the cloying susceptibilities of the other, and they continued to explore the twisting alleyways, squares in silence. With each step, the city would recede as they locked tighter into each other's presence. Mary stood up from her yoga and, after carefully considering her underwear, began to dress. Through the half-open French window, she could see Colin on the balcony. Dressed all in white, he sprawled in the aluminum and plastic beach chair, his wrist dangling near the ground. He inhaled, tilted his head, and held his breath, and breathed smoke across the pots of geraniums that lined the balcony wall. She loved him, though not at this particular moment. She put on a silk blouse and a white cotton skirt. And as she sat down on the edge of the bed and fastened her sandals, picked up a tourist guide from the bedside table. In other parts of the country, according to the photographs, those mountains specifically fact went out through a forest of the lake. Here, only a few months of the year, it was like the sound the open pages from the Nicholas novel, Comfort of Strangers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is clearly the Queen's Library portion of the program. I'm not an employee, but I am a frequent visitor of the Queen's Library system, so thank you for being here. I'm reading from a book by Pat Conroy, novelist, called My Reading Life. From Chapter 5, The Librarian. I grew up a word-haunted boy. I felt words inside me and stored them wondrous as pearls. I mouthed them and fingered them and rolled them around my tongue. My mother filled my bedtime hour with poetry that rang like sumptuous bells as she praised the ineffable loveliness of the English language with her Georgia-scented voice. I found that hive of words beautiful beyond all conveyance. They clung to me and blistered my skin and made me happy to be alive in the land of crepe myrtle, gas, and Eastern diamonds. The whole world sounded out. I arranged each day into a tear sheet of music, those words as pretty as flutes or the tail feathers of peacocks. From my earliest memories, I felt impelled to form a unique relationship with the English language. Words lifted me up and filled me with pleasure. I've never had a word I was afraid of, just ones that left me indifferent, or that I knew I wouldn't ever put to use. When reading a book, I'll encounter words that please me, goad me into action, make me want to sing a song. Whenever I read, I'll encounter forgotten words that come back to me like old friends and return from long voyages to bring me news of the world. Often, I'll begin my writing day by reading those words in the notebooks I keep with such haphazard consistency. Though I'm an erratic journal keeper, I admire the art form well enough to wish that I'd had the discipline to master that sideshow of the writer's craft. I lose most of the world around me when I fail to record entries in those notebooks that line my shelves. I could build a castle from the words I steal from books I cherish. Here's a list I culled from a book I read long ago. Sanction, Outlaw, Suburbia, Lamentations, Corolla, Degree, and Periodic Table. I can shake that fistful of words and jumpstart a sentence that will send me on my way toward a new book. But if I go forward a single page, I can listen to a different reading self who cherry-picked words from another book and recorded Atlas, Villainy, Candelabra, Tango. Each file of words seems outfitted for a different story or novel. I hunt down words that have my initials branded on their flanks. If I take the time to write one down, I want to get it right every time I form a sentence. I've known dozens of writers who fear the pitfalls and fastnesses of the language they write in and the glossy mess of the humanity they describe. Yes, humanity is a mess, and it takes the immensity of a coiled and supple language to do it justice. Writing is the only way I have to explain my own life to myself. I've amassed a stockpile of books in vaults and storage bins, in attics and unfinished basements, and tortoiseshell-colored boxes that I raid with willful abandon when I try to fix a sentence on the page. Words call out my name when I need them to make something worthy out of language. Whenever I sit to write, I never allow myself the benefit of a Sabbath or a day off, nor do I give myself time off for good behavior. Good writing is one of the forms that hard labor takes. It is neither roadhouse nor way station, but much more like some neighborhood station of the cross. It is taken to nothing and turning it into a pleasure palace built on the foundation of words. From the time I could talk, I took immense pleasure in writing down words, shagging them like fly balls in some spacious field. Though I failed to notice it at the time, my childhood was a long painful I was drifting through the unanswerable by making it past the words and the fabulous stories I have collected on the way. I gather stories the way a sunburned etymologist admires his well-ordered bottles of Costa Rican beetles. Stories are the vessels I use to interpret the world to myself. I am often called a storyteller by flippant and unadmiring critics. I revel in the title. Good writing is the hardest form of thinking. It involves the agony of turning profoundly difficult thoughts into lucid form, then forcing them into the tight-fitting uniform of language, making them visible and clear. If the writing is good, then the result seems effortless and inevitable. But when you want to say something life-changing or inevitable in a single sentence, you face both the limitations of the sentence itself and the extent of your own talent. When you come close to succeeding, when the words pour out of you just right, you understand that these sentences are all and all words become the dissolving snow that leaves your mountain streams forever. The language rocks itself in the icy slopes of our own highlands, and it's up to us, the writers, to melt the glaciers within us. When these glaciers break off, we get to call them novels, the changelings of our burning spirits, our life's work. I've always taken a child's joy in the faithful loveliness of the English language. As a writer, I try to make that language intelligible as a form of Eastern Bible, where verses feel that will, howl and reel in the darkness, bellow and pray when it approaches the eminence or divinity of nature itself. My well-used dictionaries and thesauri sing out to me of my many-tongued, long-winded ancestors who spoke before me. I write because I once fell in love with the sound of words as spoken by my comely Georgia-born mother. I use the words that sound prettiest or most right to me as I drift into that bright cocoon where the writer loses himself in language. When finished, I adore the way the words look back at me after I have written them down on long yellow sheets. They are written in my hand, and their imperfect shapes thrill me. I can feed on the nectar of each word I write. Some are salt rhymed with the storm-flung Atlantic on them, some mountain-born, writhing in laurel, and each with the dark taste of my own life, question what richer way to meet the sunlight, making each day of my life my island, one that Shakespeare breathed on. Austin came, and Churchill rallied squadrons of I want to use the whole English language as the centerpiece of a grand alliance or concordance in my work. I see myself as its acolyte, its spy in the Turkish parties, its army in the field. I try to turn each sentence into a bright container made of precious metals, glittering glass. It is the carrier and aqueduct of the sweetest elixir of English words themselves. I build these sentences slowly. Like a glass blower, I use air and fire to shape the liquids as they form in my imagination. I long for that special moment when I take off into the pure oxygen-rich sky of a sentence that streaks off into a night where I cannot follow, where I lose control. The language seizes me and shakes me in such a way that I feel like both its victim and its pilot. Story and language brought me to the craft of writing. Then passion in childhood provided both the structure and details. When I was busy growing up on the marine bases of my youth, my mother cast a spell on me that I found all but unreal. Peg Conroy was rough born and southern shaped, and I heard the voices of her depression childhood so often that I have never been able to throw off the belief that I've known poverty inside and out from a very early age. I still hear her mother's voice, lovely, so loud. I sit down, pen in my hand. She told me she was raised to be a Southern writer, though I have never been sure that she knew what that meant. My sister Carol listened to that same voice, heard those same stories, and became a poet. Part of my childhood was most vivid was being experienced until she became American, and then her things to mine. Mother turned me into a sensational, and reader. It was her gentle urging, her insistent voice that led me to discover my identity by taking the working knowledge of what things could mean. She wanted me to read everything of value, and she taught me to outread my entire generation as she had done hers. I believe and I declare that I have done that. I have not only outread my own generation of writers, but many of my stored libraries. Even today, I find myself happy to still look Reading is the most rewarding form of exile and the necessary discipline for a novelist who burns with the ambition to get better. Here's what I demand, what I pray for when I take up a novel and begin to read my sentence. I want everything to get left in less the full measure of a writer's heart. I want a novel so poetic that I do not have to turn to the standby anthologies of poetry to satisfy that itch for music, for perfection, and economy of phrasing, for exactness of tone. Then, too, I want a book so filled with story and character that I can and at the world. I wanted the atmosphere of the novels to feel like the ones I had breathed in as a boy when I found myself in the grip of a mother-haunted imagination to which I owed both fealty and homage. I demanded living trees with actual names, flowers growing in their proper seasons, characters who spoke their minds, who lived as free men and women outside of my jurisdiction. My city of made-up people would live their own complex lives without my permission or my intrusion into their sovereignty. I wanted my fictional world to feel like the one I had grown up in, with no whitewashing of the horror that stood in the doorway of any given human moment. All my rivers had to be clean enough for the kobe, the herring, and the shad to swim upstream to spawn, because I was going back to my own sources to find the secrets of the world. I desired to be one of those writers who always followed the creek bed to that source, that clear pool where the mother's road floated in silk walks above the glittering heavens. I promised myself nothing lazy would ever enter my books. Writing is both hard paper and one of the most pleasant forms that fanaticism can take. I took great care in how I selected oral tradition of the American South, and words have to sound a certain way if they're to come out right. In my first years, my identity as a writer was drawn to extravagance. A writer made me feel sated, hard, and with all the accents that too much attention and love provide. Young preachers called out my name, and I responded with great zeal. I longed for writers to take me to the absolute crest of their purpose. I did not want them to leave out the grand tours of the business and spiritual death battles they encountered along the way. But since I have tried to read everything, I also found that exactness is a virtue in even the most word-possessed writer. There is enormous power in stating something simply and well. Action sequences always require the straight line in the presentation, the most solid sequential phrases, and the punchiest, most telling Anglo-Saxon sentences. Action brims and stirs. There is a delicacy, craft, and restraint in all this, as in the making of dry martini. But sometimes a lot more is required. Then you must go inside yourself to find the lift off into the dark side of language's many rooms. When you have made a new sentence, or even an image of words, it is a place where language itself is played. It is why a writer sits alone, figuring memory and changing imagination during long solitary days. As a writer, I have tried to make and remake myself over and over again. I try to notice everything. And if I take the time to write it, I would simply like to write it better than anyone else possibly could. If I am describing the Atlantic Ocean, I want to make that portion of the high seas mine forevermore. And I do not want the reader daydreaming about Herman Melville's ocean while getting a suntan on 4-pack convoys. I try to be athletic and supple with my talent. I train it, urge it on, drive it to exceed itself, knowing in my bones that I need to be watchful about slippage, weariness, and running on empty. The safe writers have never interested me, do not excite a single shiver of curiosity within me. I can read 5 pages and know I am in the hands of a writer whose feet are comfortably placed only on safe ground. Safety is a crime writers should never commit unless they are after tenure or praise. The novelist must wrestle with all mysteries and strangeness of life itself. And anyone who does not wish to accept that grand, bone-chilling commission should write book reviews, editorials, or health insurance policies instead. The idea of a novel should stir your blood, and you should rise to it like a lion lifting up the smell of the power. It should be instinctual, incurable, unanswerable, and appalling, not a choice. I'll close this section out of Pat Conroy's My Reading Life with one of my favorite sentences in it. Reading great books gave me unlimited access to people I never would have met, cities I could not visit, boundaries I would never put out on, and rivers I would never swim. Thank you. Squatting upon the floor of the room, without any perceptible effort, he passed it to the hollow of his hand in contact with the birthday. Wrote the anonymous writer's petition in a letter printed into the publisher's books. The executed word form purely relevant to the hand. There was no more order to it than there is to a hot biscuit. So impressive, so clean was the man's residue that his petition was inspired to set aside as a model to aspire to. Fletcher adds in a footnote that similar dried specimens have been kept for 5 years without change, hopefully at a safe distance from the distance. At 1 chew per second, with Fletcherizing in a single bite of shallot would take more than 10 minutes. Supper conversation presented a challenge. Morris Fletcher came for a quiet dinner, sufficiently chewed, wrote Lieutenant Sir William Forbes in his journal in 1906. Woe befall the non-Fletcherizer forced to endure what the historian Margaret Barnett called the tense and awful silence which accompanies their excruciating tortures of fascination. Nutrition faddist John Harvey Kellogg, whose sanatorium briefs Fletcherism, tried to enliven the mealtimes by hiring a quartet to sing the chewing song. Original Kellogg composition. Well, had no background in medicine or physiology. The living in a hotel in Venice in 1900 was a friend of the hotel doctor, Ernst originally more interested in what his daughter needed his theory, and Samarin was eventually won over or worn down. His letters, though daily praised, amounts to lengthy harangues. And Samarin gussied up Fletcher's theories with invented medical jargon like the secondary reflex of the blood tuition. Only a hotel doctor has time for. Van Samarin set up to work gathering the data both men knew Fletcher would need to gain approval in scientific circles. Fletcher had experimented on himself, but these efforts were unlikely to convince the research community. He had simply weighed and recorded each day's bodily input and output for both himself and my man Carl over the course of a bicycle trip through France. As Fletcher described the scenario in a letter to one of his benefactors in 1900, Carl was a young Tyrolean in national costume, hired to carry the scale and wheel my bicycle up the grades and be generally useful. Van Samarin presented a paper at a meeting of the British Medical Association in 1901 and again at the International Congress of Physiology. Skeptical but intrigued, well-placed scientists at London's Royal Society and at Cambridge University and Yale's Russell Chinden undertook follow-up studies with mixed conclusions. In 1904, 13 lads at the hospital for an attachment of the U.S. Army were taken away from their nursing duties for 6 months to serve as guinea pigs in a test of Fletcher and Chittenden's low-calorie, low-protein, super mastication regimen. Here there was no strapping lad in knickers and feathered felt hat to do the weighing and tidying up. The men's work began at 6:45 a.m. with an hour and a half of duties about the quarters, such as assisting in the measurement of urine, feces, and transportation of the same to the laboratory, cleaning of feces and urine bottles, etc. Chittenden claimed to have evidence that the Fletcher system enabled a man to get by on 2/3 the calories and half the protein recommended by current nutrition guidelines. Though the claims were roughly critiqued and largely dismissed by other scientists, they struck a chord with victualers, military officers, and others whose jobs entailed feeding hungry hordes on limited budgets. In the United States and Europe, administrators at workhouses, prisons, and schools flirted with Fletcherism. The U.S. Army Medical Department issued formal instructions for method of obtaining economic assimilation of nutrients, aka the Fletcher system. As to keep food until it's completely liquefied begins to cook and refrain. In 1915, Chittenden was a scientific advisor for Herbert Hoover, then the head of the U.S. administration. Fletcher, living in Belgium during World War I, already talking with the U.S. ambassador there, parlayed these two connections into his gig as an honorary alimentary expert for Hoover's Relief Committee. Together, he and Chittenden did their best to convince Hoover to make Fletcher as a part of U.S. economic policy, thereby justifying a 2/3 reduction in the amount of civilian rations shipped overseas. Hoover sagely resisted. Fletcher's true colors could occasionally be seen through the seams of his blue-colored suits. After bragging in a 1910 letter that a family of 5 could save enough money to furnish a 5-room flat in 15 months by Fletcherizing, he added, "Of course, the furniture must be of the simplest sort." This from a man who lived for years in the suite of Waldorf Astoria. He summed up his policies at the end of the letter. Expert economics coming to the assistance of ambitious and unintelligent. Let them choose hate. The 19th and early 20th century saw a cavalcade of possibly well-meaning, but probably just greedy individuals attempting to feed the poor on a shoestring budget. In the case of Jean Darcet Sr. and Jr., actual leather laces would have provided more nourishment than what the two proposed. In the case of Jean Darcet Jr., chemist by trade, he had a method for extracting filament from bones and money from Norwegian welfare. Public hospitals and courthouses, having been swallowed, impostors claimed that 2 ounces of their skeleton was the nutritional equivalent of 3+ pounds of meat, began serving food to children. Medical word of complaint that in 1831 a physician at an infamous Paris hospital for the poor, Hotel Dieu, ran an experiment comparing traditional bouillon with gelatin-based broth. The latter was more distasteful, more nutritional, less digestible, less nutritious, and moreover, it often brought on diarrhea. The French Academy of Sciences sprang into inaction, appointing a committee to look into it. The Gelatin Commission would figure for 10 years before finally issuing a thumbs down. Gelatin fed to animals, the committee reported, was found to increase tolerable taste with formation and preferable. Of relevant interest, the 1859 issue of California Harvard Journal of Useful Sciences offered a recipe for nutritional extract made from Peruvian seabird guano. Well, its inventor, Mr. James Clark of England, recommended the elixir for all classes of society. He deemed it especially fit for those who have much exertion and have not the means of buying meat. Mr. Clark claimed 2 to 3 tablespoons full was equal to 2 cups of meat, with the advantage that it lends to the laborers, potatoes, and peas a very agreeable taste. In 1979, a pair of Minneapolis researchers brought pleasurism to the test. They brought 10 subjects to the local Veterans Administration hospital and purchased some peanuts and jars of peanut butter. The subjects first ate a diet in which almost all of the fat came from peanuts. Peanuts were then swapped out for the peanut butter, an aesthetically acceptable stand-in for excessively chewed peanuts. The subject's digestion ash, as Fletcher likes to call it, was then analyzed to see how much of the peanut fat was leaving the body unabsorbed. Nature will castigate those who don't castigate. They hold some proof included in the paper, which appears in the October 1988 issue of New England Journal of Medicine. On a whole peanut diet, subjects distributed 18% of the fat they consumed. When they switched to peanut butter, only 7% stayed. But peanuts are more than repetitive than the average food. Everyone knows I have visual observation of stool samples used in doing or medicine's way of saying a glance before watching. And chunks of peanuts make their way through the alimentary canal undigested. Nuts are known for this. Peanuts and corn kernels are so uniquely and reliably hard to break down that they are used as marker foods and do-it-yourself tests of bowel transit times. The time elapsed between consumption and the specified. Peanuts are the food singled out for this trait by Martin Stock's business development manager for the model test. The computerized tabletop logistics track that can be hired out for television studies. I had contacted Stocks to see if it might be possible to engage the model gut for the test of plagiarism. It was, but it would likely run into a $10,000 to $20,000 range. Stocks' opinion was that the few recalcitrant foods, here he singled out nuts and rare or raw meat, excessive mastication, chewing, might make a small difference in how much energy and nutrients are absorbed, but that it was unlikely to have a dramatic effect on one's overall nutritional intake. What am I done? No, I'm straight on. Stocks passed my email along to Model Gut senior scientist Richard Fox. Fox was dismissive, not only of extreme chewing, but also of the related fad for blenderizing to increase the accessibility of nutrients. It's true the saliva carries an enzyme that breaks down starch, but the pancreas makes this enzyme too. So any digestive slash modified chewing would be taken up in a small capacity. The digestive tract is involved with extract maximum intent from digestion. But that's probably all it needs. Nutritional science is dogged with the idea that if stuff is good, more is better. And this has led to the belief that we should endeavor to extract as much as possible of whatever fashionable component is in vogue. This is to ignore evolutionary biology and the imperative of survival. We pretty much to the model gut. One thing he said in favor of the is that it's not down. This is helpful. Right, shed some weight. At the time his brain registers that his stomach is full, the plotting 32 chews per bite eater will in fact get far less food than the 5 chews per bite food. But there's thorough and there's pleasure. Chewing each bite, say, 100 times, Bob said, could have the opposite effect. It would lengthen the meal so radically that the stomach could have time to empty the earliest mouthfuls into the small intestine, while the last mouthfuls are still on the table, thereby making more food warm. Fletcherizer's meal conceivably so interminable that by the time they finally cleared their plate and set down their napkin, they'd be feeling peckish again. Not to mention the morning saffron. Who has time for that? was the reaction of Jamie Aranda Michael, the gastroenterologist with the Mayo Foundation, when I called to ask him about pleasure. I think, you're going to spend all day just having breakfast. You'll lose your job. Long before the Dexter researchers had veteran school and Model Vets to live in, they had Alexis St. Martin. In the early 1800s, St. Martin worked as a traveler with the American Fur Company in LaSalle, Michigan. At age 18, he was accidentally shot in the side. The wound healed as an open fistulated passage, the hole in his stomach fusing with overlying holes in muscles and skin. St. Martin's surgeon, William Dumont, recognized the value of the unusual aperture as a literal window into the actions of the human stomach and its mysterious juices, about which, up until that point, nothing much was known. Experiment 1 began at noon on August 1st, 1825. I introduced through the perforation into the stomach the following articles of diet suspended by a silk string: a piece of high seasoned olive oil beef, a piece of raw salted fat pork, a piece of raw salted lean beef, a piece of stale bread, a bunch of raw flavored cabbage, left continuing to years before it was a thing. 2 p.m. after cabbage, bread, pork, and boiled beef all cleanly digested and gone from the stream. No chewing necessary. Only the raw beef remained intact. Vermont carried out 100 experiments on St. Martin, and eventually published a book on the work, securing its place in the history of medicine. Textbooks today still make reference to Vermont, often hyperbolic praising the father of American physiology, the patron saint of American physiology. From the perspective of Alexis St. Martin, there was nothing saintly or fatherly about it.
You read that like it was a novel.
Yes, very representative.
From Mary Rush. Yeah. I'm Mark Donnelly. I'm going to pick up where I left off from the opening of Ian McEwan's novel, The Comfort of Strangers. At this point in the story, Colin and Mary, a married couple, are on vacation in what might be Venice. We just find the page that was on. Colin had brought the joint indoors for Mary, and she had refused it. A quick murmur of no thanks without turning in her seat. He lingered behind her, staring into the mirror with her, trying to catch her eye, but she looked straight ahead at herself and continued to brush her hair. He traced the line of her shoulder with his finger. Sooner or later, the silence would have to break. Colin turned to leave and changed his mind. He cleared his throat and rested his hand firmly on her shoulder. Outside, there was the beginning of a sunset to watch, and indoors there were negotiations which needed to be opened. His indecision was wholly drug-induced and was of the tail-chasing kind that argued that if he moved away now, having touched her, she might, conceivably at least, be offended. But then she was continuing to brush her hair long after it was necessary, and it seemed she was waiting for Colin to leave. And why? Because she sensed his reluctance to stay and was already offended. But once he moved, miserably he ran his finger along the line of Mary's spine. She now held the handle of the brush in one hand, rested the bristles in the open palm of the other, and continued to stare forward at Mr. D. And when she with the noisy sigh, he turned to the balcony. Colin settled in his chair. Above him was a vast dome of clear sky, and he sighed again, this time in contentment. The workmen on the barges had put away their tools and now stood in a group facing out towards the sunset, smoking cigarettes. On the Hotel Cafe Zulu, the client Bell had moved on to aperitifs, and the conversations from the tables were muted and steady. Ice chimed in glasses, the heels of the efficient waiters ticked mechanically across the pontoon boards. Colin stood up and watched the passers-by in the street below. Tourists, many of them elderly, in their best summer suits and dresses, moved along the pavement in reptilian slow motion. Now and then a couple stopped to stare approvingly at the customers on the pontoon drinking against their gigantic backcloth of sunset and reddened water. One elderly gentleman positioned his wife in the foreground and half knelt with thin, trembling thighs to take a picture. The drinkers at a table immediately behind the woman raised their glasses good-naturedly towards the camera. But the photographer, intent on spontaneity, straightened and with a sweeping gesture of his free hand, tried to usher them back on the path of their unself-conscious existence. It was only when the drinkers, all young men, lost interest that the old man lifted the camera to his face and bent his unsteady legs again. But now his wife had moved a few feet to one side and was interested in something in her hand. She was turning her back to the camera in order to encourage the last rays of sun into her handbag. Her husband called to her sharply, and she moved smartly back into position. The closing snap of the handbag clasp brought the young men to life. They ranged themselves in their seats, lifted their glasses once more, and made broad, innocent smiles. With a little moan of irritation, the old man pulled his wife away by the wrist, while the young men, who barely noticed them leave, drew their toasts and smiles toward each other. Mary appeared at the French window, a cardigan draped around her shoulders. With excited disregard for the state of play between them, Colin immediately set about recounting the little drama in the street below. She stood at the balcony wall watching the sunset while he spoke. She did not shift her gaze when he gestured towards the young men at their table, but she nodded faintly. Colin could not reproduce the vague misunderstandings that constituted, according to him, the main interest of the story. Instead, he heard himself exaggerating small pathos into vaudeville, perhaps in an attempt to gain Mary's full attention. He described the elderly gentleman as incredibly old and feeble. His wife was fatty beyond belief. The men at the table were bovine morons. And he made the husband give out an incredible roar of fury. In fact, the word incredible suggested itself to him at every turn, perhaps because he feared that Mary did not believe him, or because he did not believe himself. When he finished, Mary made a short sound through a half smile. They stood several feet apart and continued to stare across the water in silence. The large church across the broad channel, which they had often talked of visiting, was now a silhouette. And nearer, a man in a small boat returned his binoculars to their case and knelt to restart the outboard motor. Above them and to their left, the green neon hotel sign came on with an abrupt aggressive crackle, which subsided into a low buzz. Mary reminded Colin that it was getting late, that they should be going soon before the restaurants closed. Colin agreed, but neither moved. Then Colin sat down in one of the beach chairs, and not long after that, Mary sat down too. Another short silence, and they reached for each other's hand. Little squeeze answered little squeeze. They moved their chairs closer and whispered apologies. Colin touched Mary's breast. She turned and kissed first his lips and then, in a tender, motherly way, his nose. They whispered and kissed, stood up to embrace, and returned to the bedroom where they undressed in semi-darkness. This was no longer a great passion. The pleasure was in its unhurried friendliness, the familiarity of its rituals and procedures, the secure precision fit of limbs and bodies, comfortable like a cast returned to its mold. They were generous and leisurely, making no great demands and very little noise. Their lovemaking had no clear beginning or end, and frequently concluded in or was interrupted by sleep. They would have denied indignantly that they were bored. They often said they found it difficult to remember that the other was a separate person. And when they looked at each other, they looked into a misted mirror. When they talked of the politics of sex, which they did sometimes, they did not talk of themselves. It was precisely this collusion that made them vulnerable and sensitive to each other, easily hurt by the rediscovery that their needs and interests were distinct. They conducted their arguments in silence, and reconciliations such as this were their moments of greatest intensity, for which they felt deeply grateful. They dozed, they dressed hurriedly. While Colin went to the bathroom, Mary returned to the balcony to wait. The wholesale sign had been turned off, the street below was deserted, and on the pontoon 2 waiters were clearing away the cups and glasses. The few customers who remained were no longer drinking. Colin and Mary had never left the hotel so late, and Mary was to attribute much of what followed to this fact. She paced the balcony impatiently, inhaling the musty smell of geraniums. There were no restaurants open now, but on the far side of the city, if they could find it, was a late-night bar outside, which a man sometimes stood with his hot dog stand. When she was 13, still a conscientious, punctual schoolgirl, alive with 100 ideas for self-improvement, she had kept a notebook in which every Sunday evening she set out her goals for the week ahead. These were modest, achievable tasks, and it comforted her to tick them off as the week progressed. To practice the cello, to be kinder to her mother, to walk to school, to save the bus fare. She longed for such comfort now, for time and events to be at least partially subject to control. She sleepwalked from moment to moment, and whole months slipped by without memory, without bearing the faintest imprint of her conscious will. Ready? Colin called. She went inside, closing the French window behind her. She took the key from the bedside table, locked the door, and followed Colin down the unlit staircase. And that is the end of chapter 1 of The Comfort of Strangers by Ian McEwan.
Yeah, I'm talking to myself.
I'm going to be reading from Woody Allen's Without Feathers. The Scrolls. Scholars will recall several years ago a shepherd wandering the Gulf of Aqaba stumbled upon a cave containing several large clay jars to the ice shelf. Inside the jars were discovered 6 parchment scrolls with ancient, incomprehensible writing, which the shepherd, in his ignorance, sold to a museum for $750,000 apiece. 2 years later, the jars turned up in a pawn shop in Philadelphia. 1 year later, the shepherd turned up in a pawn shop in Philadelphia, and neither was claimed.
Archaeologists originally said the date of the scrolls in 4000 BC, or just after the massacre of the Israelites by their benefactors. The writing is a mixture of Sumerian, Aramaic, and Babylonian, and seems to have been done by either one man over a long period of time, or several men who shared the same suit. The authenticity of the scrolls is currently in great doubt, particularly since the word Oldsmobile appears several times in the text, and the few fragments that have been translated deal with familiar religious themes in a more than dubious way. Still, excavationist A.H. Bauer has noted that the fragment seems totally fraudulent. This is probably the greatest archaeological find in history, with the exception of the recovery of his cufflinks from the tomb. The following are the translated fragments. 1. And the Lord made a bet with Satan to test Job's loyalty, and the Lord, for no apparent reason to Job, smote him on the head, and again on the ear, and pushed him into a thick sauce, so as to make Job sticky and vile. And then he slew a 10th part of Job's kind, and Job called out, Why doth thou slay my kind? Kind are hard to come by. Now I am short kind, and I'm not even sure what kind are. And the Lord produced 2 stone tablets, and snapped them closed on Job's nose. And when Job's wife saw this, she wept. And the Lord sent an angel of mercy, who anointed her head with a polo mallet. And of the 10 plagues, the Lord sent 1 through 6 inclusive. And Job was sore, and his wife was angry. And she rent her garment, and then raised the rent, but refused to paint. And soon Job's pasture dried up, and his tongue cleaved to his roof of his mouth, so that he could not pronounce the word frankincense without getting big laughs. And once the Lord, while wreaking havoc upon his faithful servant, came too close, and Job grabbed him around the neck and said, Aha, now I got you. Why art thou giving Job a hard time, eh? Hey, speak up. And the Lord said, look, that's my neck you have. Could you just let me go? But Job showed no mercy and said, I was doing very well till you came along. I had myrrh and fig trees and abundance and coat of many colors with 2 pairs of pants of many colors. Now look. And the Lord spake, and his voice thundered. Must I, who created heaven and earth, explain my ways to thee? What hast thou created that thou dost dare question me? That's no answer, Job said. And for someone who's supposed to be omnipotent, let me tell you, a tabernacle has only one end. Then Job fell on his knees and cried to the Lord, Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory. Thou hast a good job. Don't blow it. 2. And Abraham awoke in the middle of the night and said to his only son Isaac, I have had a dream where the voice of the Lord saith that I must sacrifice my only son. So put your pants on. And Isaac trembled and said, So what did you say? I mean, when he brought this whole thing up, what am I going to say? Abraham says, I'm standing there at 2 a.m. in my underwear with the creator of the universe. What should I argue? Well, did he say why he wanted me sacrificed? Isaac asked his father. But Abraham said, The faithful do not question. Now let's go play the heavy day tomorrow. And Sarah, who heard Abraham's plan, grew vexed and said, How doth thou know it was the Lord, and not say thy friend, who loveth practical jokes? For the one shall be delivered into the hands of his enemy. For the Lord hateth practical jokes, and whoever shall pull one shall be delivered into the hands of his enemies, whether they can pay the delivery charge or not. And Abraham answered, Because I know it was the Lord. It was a deep, resonant voice, well modulated, and nobody in the desert can get a rumble in it like that. And Sarah said, And thou art willing to carry out this senseless act? But Abraham told her, Frankly, yes. For to question the Lord's word is one of the worst things a person can do, particularly with the economy and the state that it's in. And so he took Isaac to a certain place, but alas, How could thou doest such a thing? And Abraham said, But thou said, Never mind what I said. The Lord said, Doth thou listen to every crazy idea that comes thy way? And Abraham grew ashamed. Not really, no. I jokingly suggest thou sacrifice Isaac. And now immediately runs out to Job. And Abraham fell to his knees and said, See, I never know when you're kidding. And the Lord thundered, No sense of humor, I can't believe it. But doth this not prove I love thee, and that I was willing to donate my only son to thy whim?
And the Lord said, "It proves that some men will follow any order, no matter how asinine, as long as it comes from a resonant, well-modulated voice." And with that, the Lord bid Abraham get some rest and chapter him to follow. 3. And it came to pass that the man who sold church was by hard times. Neither did any of his merchandise move, nor did he prosper. And he prayed and said, "Lord, why hast thou left me to suffer thus? All mine enemies sell their goods except I, and it's the height of the season. My shirts are good shirts. Take a look at this rayon. I got button-downs, flare collars, nothing sells. Yet I have kept thy commandments. Why can I not earn a living when my younger brother cleans up in children's ready to wear?" And the Lord heard the man and said, "About thy shirts." "Yes, Lord," the man said, falling to his knees. "Put it down over the pocket." "Pardon me, Lord? Just do what I'm telling you. You won't be sorry." And the man sewed onto all his shirts a small alligator. And lo and behold, some of his merchandise was like gangbusters. One person while amongst his enemies, there was wailing and gnashing. And one said, "The Lord is merciful, he maketh me to lie down in green pastures. The problem is I can't get up." Laws and Proverbs. Doing abominations is against the law, particularly if the abominations are done while wearing a lobster bib. The lion and the calf shall lie down together, but the calf won't get much sleep. Whosoever shall not fall by the sword or by famine shall fall by pestilence, no by body shaving. The wicked at heart probably knows something. Whosoever loveth wisdom is righteous, but he that keepeth company with foul is weird. My Lord, what hast thou done lately? Slang origins. How many of you have ever wondered where certain slang expressions come from? Like, "shoes the cat pajamas," or "take to the lamb"? Neither have I, and yet, for those who are interested in this sort of thing, I have provided a brief guide to a few of the more interesting origins. Unfortunately, time did not permit consulting any of the established works on the subject, and I was forced to either obtain the information from friends or fill in some gaps by using my own common sense. Take, for instance, the expression "to eat humble pie." During the reign of Louis the Fat, the culinary arts flourished in France to such a degree unequaled anywhere. So obese was the French monarch that he had to be lowered into a front row with a winch and packed to seat himself with a large spatula. A typical dinner, according to De Rocher, consisted of a thin crepe appetizer, some parsley, an ox, and custard. Food became the core obsession, and no other subject could be discussed under penalty of death. Members of the decadent aristocracy consumed incredible meals and even dressed as fools. De Rocher tells us that Malsong showed up at the coronation as a leader. In Tissot received papal dispensation to wed his favorite codfish. Desserts grew more and more elaborate, and pies grew larger and larger until the Minister of Justice suffocated trying to eat a 7-foot jumbo pie. Jumbo pie soon became jumble pie, and to eat a jumble pie referred to any kind of humiliating act. When the Spanish seamen heard the word jumbo, they pronounced it bombo, although many preferred to say nothing and simply grin. Now, while humble pie goes back to the French, Take It on the Lamb is English in origin. Years ago in England, lambing was a game played with dice and a large tube of ointment. Each player in turn threw dice and skipped around the room until they emerged. If a person threw 7 or under, he would say the word quince and proceed to twirl in a frenzy. If he threw over 7, he was forced to give every player a portion of his feathers and was given a good lambing. 3 lambings and the player was quarreled or declared a moral bankrupt. Gradually, any gain of feathers was called lambing, and feathers became lambs. To take it on the lamb meant to put on feathers and later to escape, although the transition is unclear. Incidentally, if 2 of the players disagreed on the rules, we might say they got into a beef. This term goes back to the Renaissance, when a man could court a woman by stroking the side of her head with a slab of meat.
If she pulled away, it meant she was spoken for. If, however, she assisted by clamping the meat to her face and pushing it all over her head, it meant she would marry him. The meat was kept by the bride's parents and worn as a hat on special occasions. If, however, the husband took another lover, the wife could dissolve the marriage by running with the meat to the town square and yelling, "With mine own beef I do reject thee, aroo, aroo." If a couple took to the beat or had a beat, it meant that they were quarreling. Another marital custom gave us that eloquent and colorful expression of disdain, to look down one's nose. In Persia, it was considered a mark of great beauty for a woman to have a long nose. In fact, the longer the nose, the more desirable the female, up to a certain point. Then it became funny. When a man proposed to a beautiful woman, he awaited her decision on bended knee as she looked down her nose at him. If her nostrils twitched, she was accepted. But if she sharpened her nose with pumice and began patting him on the neck and shoulders, it meant she loved another. Now, we all know when someone is dressed up to say he looks spiffy. The term of origin to sort of also spiffy, perhaps the most renowned pop of Victorian England. He had heard the truth on him, Spiffy squandered his money on clothes. It was said that at one time he owned enough handkerchiefs for all the children and angels who were noses for 7 years without stopping. Spiffy's editorial innovations were fledgling. He was the first man ever to wear gloves on his head. Because of extra sensitive skin, Spiffy's underwear had to be made from the Nova Scotia salmon, carefully sliced by one particular tailor. His libertine attitudes involved him in several notorious scandals, and he eventually sued the government over the right to wear earmuffs while fumbling employed. In the end, Spiffy died a broken man in Chichester. His total wardrobe reduced to knee pads and a sombrero. Looking spiffy, then, is quite a compliment, and one and one who does is like a progressive thing, in terms of the century expression that originated the custom of attacking with clubs any symphony orchestra whose conductor smiled during their law. Beating the band soon became a popular evening out. People dressed up like elves, and them sticks and props. Practice was finally abolished. A band did a performance of the symphony of Mystique in New York, with the entire street sex ops playing and exchanged gunfire with the post-tent rows. Police ended the melee, but not before a relative of J.P. Morgan's was wounded in the soft palate. After that, for a while at least, nobody dressed to beat the band. If you think some of the above derivations questionable, you may throw up your hands and say fiddlesticks. This was expression originated in Austria many years ago. Whenever a man in the banking industry announced his marriage to a circus pinhead, it was the custom for friends to present him with bows and a 3-year supply of wax fruit. Legend had it that when Leo Rothschild made known his betrothal, a box of cello bows was delivered to him by mistake. When it was opened and found not to contain traditional gifts, he exclaimed, "What are these? Where are my bellows and fruit, eh? All I rate is fiddlesticks." The term fiddlesticks became a joke overnight in taverns amongst the lower classes who hated Leo Rothschild for never removing the comb from his hair after combing it. Eventually, fiddlesticks meant any foolishness. Well, I hope you've enjoyed some of these slang origins and they stimulated you to investigate some of your own. And in case you're wondering about the term use of the study of the English pajamas, it goes back to an old burlesque routine of Chesney-Rose, the two nutty German professors. Dressed in oversized clothes, stole some vintage pajamas, Dave Chase, who got great mileage out of his Harvard specialty, would ask him, "Chase, Professor, pop this off her clothes under your pocket. Pop these chaps' pajamas. The cat's pajamas? My God." Audiences were convulsed, and only a premature death of the slang seen by speculation kept them from stardom. Thank you. Yep, anyhow. Examining psychic phenomena. There is no question that there is an unseen world. The problem is how far it is from Midtown and how late is it open. Unexplainable events occur constantly. One man will see spirits, another will hear voices, a third will wake up and find himself running in the darkness. How many of us have not, at one time or another, felt an ice-cold hand on the back of our neck while we were home alone? Not me, thank God, but some have. What is behind this experience?
front of them, for that matter. Is it true that some men can ever see the future and communicate with ghosts? And after death, is it still possible to take showers? Fortunately, these questions about psychic phenomena are answered in a secret book by Dr. Osgood Golford Tweedle, a parapsychologist and professor of ectoplasm at Columbia University in our great state. Sorry. Dr. Tweedle established a remarkable history of supernatural incidents that covers the whole range of psychic phenomena, from thought transference to the bizarre experiences of two brothers on opposite parts of the globe, one of whom took the bath, while the other suddenly got clean. What follows is but a sampling of Dr. Tweedle's most celebrated cases with its comments. Apparitions. On March 16, 1982, Mr. J.C. Dubs awoke in the middle of the night and saw his brother Amos, who had been dead for 14 years, sitting at the foot of his bed licking chickens. Dubs asked his brother what he was doing there, and his brother said not to worry, he was dead, and was only in town for the weekend. Dubs asked his brother what it was like in the other world, and his brother said it was not unlike Cleveland. He said he had returned to England, which was that dark blue suit and crocodile socks are a big mistake. At that point, Dubs' serving girl entered and saw Dubs talking to a shapeless, smoky haze, which she said reminded her of Amos Dubs, but a little better looking. Finally, the ghost asked Dubs to join him in an aria of Faust, which the two sang with great fervor. As dawn rose, the ghost walked through the hall, and Dubs, trying to follow, broke his nose. This appears to be a classic case of the apparition phenomena, and if Dubs is to be believed, the ghost returned again and caused Mrs. Dubs to rise out of a chair and hover over the dinner table for 20 minutes until she dropped into some gravy. It is interesting to note that spirits have a tendency to be mischievous, which A.F. Child, the British mystic, attributes to a marked feeling of inferiority they have over being dead. Apparitions are often associated with individuals who have suffered an unusual demise. Amos Dubs, for instance, had died under mysterious circumstances when a farmer accidentally planted him along with some turnips. Spirit departure. Mr. Albert Sykes reports the following experience. I was sitting having biscuits with some friends when I felt my spirit leave my body and go to make a telephone call. For some reason, it called the Moskowitz Fiberglass Company. My spirit then returned to my body and sat for another 20 minutes or so, hoping nobody would suggest charades. When the conversation turned to mutual funds, they left again and began wandering around the city. I'm convinced that it visited the Statue of Liberty and then saw the stage show at Radio City Music Hall. Following that, it went to Venice Steakhouse and ran a tab of $68. My spirit then decided to return to my body, but it is impossible to recap. Finally, it called up Fifth Avenue and rejoined me just in time to catch the late news. I could tell that it was re-entering my body because it all of a sudden chill, and a voice said, I'm back, you want to pass the business? It happened to me several times 6 months. My spirit went to Miami for a weekend, and once it was arrested for trying to leave Macy's without paying for a time. The fourth time was actually the body that left the spirit, although Holly didn't never really spirit departure is very common around the the process where methods ultimately materialize and then rematerialize in the outside world. This is not a bad way to travel, although there is usually a half hour wait for luggage. The most astonishing case of transubstantiation is that of Sir Arthur Newry, who vanished with an audible call while he was taking a bath and suddenly appeared on the string section of the Venus in Florence. He stayed on as the first violinist for 27 years, although he could only play 45 months, and vanished abruptly one day during Mozart's turning up in bed in Winston Churchill. Recognition. Mr. Fenton Allentuck. Describes the following precognitive dream. I went to sleep at midnight and dreamed that I was playing whist with a child. Suddenly the dream shifted and I saw my grandfather about to be run over by a truck in the middle of the street where he was waltzing with a clothing dummy. I tried to scream, but when I opened my mouth, the only sound that came out was chimes. When my grandfather was run over, I woke in a sweat and ran to my grandfather's house and asked him if he plans to go waltzing with a clothing dummy.
said, of course not, although he had contemplated posing as a shepherd to fool his enemies, relieved God's home, but learned later that the old man had slipped chickens on the sandwich and fallen off the Chrysler building. Precognition dreams are too common to dismiss as pure coincidence. Here, a man dreams of a relative's death and it occurs. Not everybody is so lucky. J. Martini, about 48, dreamed he won the Irish sweepstakes. He woke out to sleep. Trances. Sir Hugh Swiggles, the skeptic, reports an interesting seance experience. We attended the home of Madame Renan, a noted medium, where we were all told to sit around the table and hold hands. Mr. Wee could stop giggling, and Madame Renard smashing on the nose with the Ouija board. The lights were turned out, and Madame Renard attempted to contact Mrs. Marple's husband, who had died at the opera when his beard caught fire. The following is an exact transcript. Mrs. Marple, what do you see? Medium, I see a man with blue eyes and a pinwheel hat. Mrs. Marple, that's my husband. Medium, his name is Robert. No, Richard. Miss Marple, Quincy. Medium, Quincy, yeah, that's it, yeah, Quincy. Mrs. Marple, what else about it? Medium, he is bald, but normally keeps some leaves on his head so nobody will notice. Mrs. Marple, yes, exactly. Medium, for some reason he has an object, a line of pork. Mrs. Marple, my anniversary present, can you make it speak? Medium, speak, spirit, speak. Quincy, Claire, this is Quincy. Mrs. Marple, oh, Quincy, Quincy, how long do you keep the chicken in when you're trying to broil it? Mrs. Marple, that voice is him. Medium, Mrs. Marple, Quincy, are they treating you okay? Quincy, not bad, except it takes 4 days to get your cleaning back. Mrs. Marple, Quincy, do you miss me? Quincy, huh? Oh, yeah, oh, sure, yeah, sure, kid. I gotta be going. Medium, I'm losing it, he's fading. I found this seance to pass the most stringent test of credulity, with the minor exception of the phonograph, which was found under Madame Renard's dress. There is no doubt that certain events recorded at seances are genuine. Who does not recall in this incident in Sybil Stretsky's, where her goldfish sang I Got Rhythm, a favorite tune of her recently deceased nephew. But contacting the dead is at best difficult, since most deceased are reluctant to speak up, and those that do seem to hem and haw before getting to the point. The author has actually seen a table rise, and Dr. Joshua Flegel of Harvard attended a seance in which a table not only rose, but excused itself and went upstairs to sleep. Clairvoyance. One of the most astonishing cases of clairvoyance is that of the noted Greek psychic Achilles Londos. Londos recognized that he had unusual powers by the age of 10, when he could lie in bed and by concentrating make his father's false teeth jump out of his mouth. After a neighbor's husband had been missing for 3 weeks, Londos took him to look in the stove where the man was found knitting. Londos could concentrate on a person's face and force the image to come out on a roll of ordinary Kodak film, although he never seemed to be able to get anybody to smile. In 1964, he was called in to aid police in capturing the Dusselburg Strangler, a fiend who always left a baked Alaska on the chests of his victims. Apparently, by sniffing a handkerchief, Londos led police to Siegfried Lentz, a handyman at a school for deputies. He said he was the handkerchief. Londos is just one of many people who have the honor to see Jerome, the psychic Rhode Island, if you can guess any card being thought of by a squirrel. Prognostication. Finally, we come to our dazzle and lights. The most typical examples are two nations will go to war, but only one will win. Experts feel this probably refers to the Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1905, an astonishing feat of precognition, considering the fact that it was made in 1840. A man in Istanbul will have his hat blocked and it will be ruined. In 1860, Abu Hamid Ottoman Royer sent his cap out to be cleaned, and it came back with spots.
I see a great person who one day will invent for mankind a garment to be worn over his trousers for protection while cooking. It will be called an apron or aproni. Aristocrates means the apron, of course. A leader will emerge in France. He will be very short and will cause great calamity. This is a reference either to Napoleon or to Marcel Lumet, the 18th century midget who instead the thoughts of up for a name sauce on Voltaire. In the New World, there will be a place called California, and a man named Joseph Cotton will become famous. No explanation is necessary.
Oh, great. Hey, you want to go? Okay.
You're gonna
I
let
need
me
you to assign me something. I don't have anything. You can assign me something.
Okay, this is Dr. Seuss. One fish, two fish, then fish, two fish. Like Dr. There, 20 things for everything. One fish, two fish, then fish, two fish. Blackfish, brookfish, oldfish. This one has a little stump. This one has a little claw. They put a lot of fish there on. Yes, some are red, some are blue. Some are old and some are new. Some are sad and some are glad. And some are very, very mad. Why are they sad and glad and bad? I don't know. Go answer that. Some are thick, some are fat. The fat one has the yellow fat. From there to there, from here to there, 20 things are in there. Here are some who like to run. They run for fun in the hot, hot sun. Oh me, oh my, oh me, oh my. Put a lot of funny things in my mind. Some have 2 feet, and some have 4. Some have 6 feet, some have more. Where do they come from? I can't say. I bet they have come a long, long way. You see them come, you see them go. Some are fast, some are slow. Some are high, and some are low. Now, one of them is like another. Don't ask us why. Go ask your mother. Say, look at his fingers. 1, 2, 3. How many fingers do I see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is something that you have a hump, just a hump. Just one hump. You have a hump. But we know a man called Mr. Gum. Mr. Gum has 7 hump humps. So if you like to go bump hump, just jump on the hump of the rump of the gum. Who am I? My name is Ned. I do not like my little bed. This is no good. This is not right. My feet stick out on it all night. And when I pull them in over there, my head sticks out of bed. Oh, yeah. Like our bike, snake, 3. mate, to take advantage. That mate, that this is why I got all the way to get high. Hello there, man. How do you do? Tell me what you know. How are things in your little bed? What is new? Please tell me that. I do not like this bed at all. A lot of things have come before. A cow, a dog, a cat, a mouse. But what a bed, but what a house. Oh dear, I cannot hear. Will you please come over here? Please look at my hair. There must be something there I can hear. Say, look. Here's out. There's no there. Here, my dear. My hat is old, my teeth are old. I have a bird, I like to hold. My shoe is off, my foot is cold. My shoe is off, my foot is cold. I have a bird, I have a home. My head is low, my teeth are low. Even though my shoe is old. Took a look, saw a nut. On his head he had a hook. On his hook he had a book. On his book he had a book. So I'm sitting and trying to cook. Took a look at the book on the hook. And so I'm sitting and trying to cook. He took a look at the book on the hook, but a nook can't read. So a nook can't cook. So what good to a nook is a cook? The moon was out. Trust the sheep. Trust the sheep. Take a walk in sleep. Got a lot of the moon. Got a lot of the storm. They walked all night. They didn't fall. I would never fall. I would never take a fall. I do not like this one well, and he does. All he does, yell, yell, yell. I will not have this one about. When he comes in, I put him out. This one is quiet as a mouse, but I do not care in the house. At our house, we open cans. We have to open any can, and that is why we have a dance. A dance for cans is very good. Have you a dance for cans? You should. I'm not finished.
I know, but we have a schedule.
Okay.
Thank you.
About it from that 8 months in a somebody honey Ever since one of his children, I stepped in at the public club, able to compete skating in a Bristol when she was younger. But now that she's planning because she's planning her grandson to be a big companion, especially since her dream is different. Her sister having it is important. And library had the freedom to appear their collection. Library had the freedom to Saturday introduce their collection. Libraries are guaranteed the privacy of the day account. Libraries oppose any type of the system. And be dealing with library of life. Once upon there was a living place library was created. One is of the richest history in the world. The audience look at the books and show in their clearly. Let's see a nice book of Papa and let's give up and bring up a living where they come out of the library are hiding the deep inside the world as the hearts usually are. Library is a heart and it's a fine collection was protected by two wonders lions. Johnson Frontier College. Idea of this college avoid a disclosed full of money. Will not always protected inside. For over 100 years, students and students had entered the door and found a welcome and common class in their side throughout the collection. Finding in the past have given generously to build this college of learning is closed open for free use of the most powerful people. There were zoning for people in the street and having their beautiful day of library. Getting that they were not lost in poverty. But the street was in the center of this corridor building. When it is finished, they will see that the tree of human by passing close object of the hall, which will be the real majesty. There are spaces in one's way away. It is just perfectly attached as the normal piece looks when they just need to get information. As things usually has and please explain the display instead, so that all the mosquitoes can be thrown away. That is what is several public and free at the beach and the problem about for the important price. Otherwise, there is no point in being so very rich. And also, the company nursing the space we can make for the people. They were celebrating that we we are the most lenient and the most generous of all the people who have ever lived. No other loving has a heart that is able to send to other people's body and it is and these people. Our person was sent out of the sea and love and see as the book is suffering, not really, not able to have a paper and most of them are useless anyway. They will sleep in the bottom of the world. They are not able to open the frequency and build on the screen. Nothing is the other. Absolutely, this miracle we need to together. All smells and the shell, let's be angry. One of you in the spirit, what's the kids are by alone. It is completely unnecessary to have a building which is on fire. That is only one person with a chosen the most famous learning architect in the world. And we must be to make a good and study place just for you. Imagine experiencing like the study at the cross of a defense station and you will have to face it like it in. We are turned from your life into a place of congregation. Most likely to be able to say the idea to the people of whom were intended have been so big as to wish for anything they are able to make it happen at that very moment. The students in the government were worried about the alteration proposal for the Villa Library. Think as in the concern. I tell them that and the day the state of every day. Just come on. We clear the effort so that people clear that we are made of the resource and action. Millions bucks as the next one taking up at the night. They listen to the whole of the passage and you have the safety they said nothing. But then I saw the concept and to be each for the vision. That's the voice of something of this British this morning. At the last great line fortress as well. No one had ever made this place. As someone that they understood everyone. People presume that they are wonderful, but if they are ideas alone, they can easily walk away from that and achieve their happiness. And they can find strong bias and intelligence in their body, but according to their money. I do not understand that this is the heart of the luxury and please rather should we have one audience but they were practiced as they will start if they lost their done. So the lions each particular students and just bring out the library. This topic of the library and also the conveyance of the intent to set the view of library in all or it about the concept of the shop, it was the topic of actually experience. And then why are we and then this nigga and then protection at home. That was across the first of this stuff with the first company explain about the beautiful image and discussion of the new building. So that nobody could get the suffering could as they can all have like slowly as she lost all her senses and whether as she lost in utterly the people system. All the buildings in the for years and there have been none but the only the things on the street. And the piece of the street is only dying. For all this feels in feels the center of the level was most recent turn in the city. They will have a what can we do? We can to leave the city but this not of the public hospital. And about the last condition, they come together in a new space of focus, organized and well, into a building, complete and echo of the all have grows very slowly as the fingers as the vines visual in the one and the power like body.
Today marks the 100th anniversary of the birth his name was Solomon Bellows. Nobody's quite sure why he changed his name, but the name Saul Bellows has clearly and very unique place in history, and specifically in the American landscape of literature. 40 years ago, Saul Bellows' book, Humboldt's Gift, won the Pulitzer Prize. But lest you think the man that won 3 National Book Prize awards and the Pulitzer and several other too numerous to mention awards throughout his lifetime was a square guy, a geek in a library, please think again. He had 5 wives. In his 80s, he sired a child, and he always lived what he wrote. Indeed, on Bellows' birth certificate, and I'm quoting from Bellow, a biography published in 2000 by James Atlas. On Bellows' birth certificate, the date of birth is listed as July 10th, but subsequent biographical and reference works list his birth date as June 10th, 1915. He was born in Canada, in a small town called Lachine. The city hall of Lachine burned down in the 1920s, and Bellows' birth certificate was reconstructed from other documents. It is possible that Bellows' mother could have been going by the Jewish calendar. Immigrants were habitually negligent about such details, and Jews were often unfamiliar with the Christian calendar. Lesha Gordon didn't even know her own birthday. On her death certificate, her date of birth is listed as, quote, about 1883, unquote. Bellow once explained to a Canadian scholar who was doing work on his early life, quote, my mother insisted that it was June, and I must acknowledge her claim, unquote. Yet, on his application for a Guggenheim Foundation fellowship, Bellow himself entered the July date. Thus did a writer renowned for his elusiveness, his resistance to biography, throw into question the first, most basic fact about his life, the day of his birth. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to quote from this book, Bellow, again by James Atlas, as it relates to the time 40 years ago, surrounding the events of Bellow receiving the Pulitzer Prize for Humboldt's Gift. The Bellows returned to America early in 1976, but Bellow was, quote, still whirling around, unquote. In January, he flew to Miami Beach to accept the S.Y. Agnon Gold Medal for literary achievement from the American Friends of the Hebrew University. A week later, he went off to Stanford University, and on and on. John Cheever was also on the Stanford campus that week, visiting his son, Federico. Cheever and Bellow had maintained a sturdy friendship since their Yaddo days in the 1950s. Once, when Cheever was visiting Chicago, Bellow had taken him to the Russian baths on Division. Quote,
Wreathed in vapor, Bello looked more immortal than I. But I think he was trying, Cheever reported to his brother Fred, noting that Bello had openly studied his guest's private parts. Bello had won so many prizes that he used to joke, quote, unquote. One prize, however, had a look at the three-time National Book Award winner, the Pulitzer, or as Charlie Citrine, a surrogate winner, called it in Humboldt's gift, the Pulitzer Prize, dismissing the Pulitzer Prize as a, quote, dummy newspaper publicity award given by crook and illiterates for the birds, unquote. In May 1976, the Pulitzer Committee, known for its often perplexing choices, awarded and bestowed the prize on the very novel in which it had been burlesqued. Ducking a press conference, Bello taped a simple message to the door of his office. Quote, I am delighted with the award, unquote. That summer, To Jerusalem and Back was excerpted at length in the New Yorker, taking up a considerable part of the magazine's July 12th and July 19th issues. For Bello to have a long reported piece appear there was, quote, a major, said Elizabeth Ziffron, who became his editor at Viking. If ever there was a citadel of Boston, it was the New Yorker, whose genteel anti-Semitism was embodied by its remote and enigmatic author and editor, William Shawn, and its magisterial aide, Catherine White. According to Bello, Isaac Bashevis Singer was, quote, their kind of Jew, foreign ethnic Jewish. Bell's literary triumphs had no mitigating effect on his legal troubles. The week that the New Yorker appeared on the stands, one of his several wives dragged him back to court. Meanwhile, rumors of the big one, the Nobel, continued to circulate. Bello had told Fran Kelton in 1974, quote, if I win, I'll buy you a mink coat if you promise to make love to me in it. But the prize that year went to the Swedish writers, Ethan Johnson and Harry Martinson, and in 1975, Bello was passed over yet again in favor of the Italian poet Eugenio Montale. He told a reporter, I'm not disappointed. There's plenty of time to win it yet. The deliberations of the Nobel Committee have always been cloaked behind a veil of secrecy, but there were rumors that some of the Swedish delegates were troubled by the narrowness of Bello's concerns, his unwillingness to strut on the world stage. There was talk of dividing the prize between Isaac Bashevis Singer and Bello, a solution that no doubt would have annoyed both parties. The achievement of Humboldt's gift had improved Bello's chances of winning the prize on his own. To Jerusalem and Back, a book that grappled manfully with global politics, may well have cinched it. Bello had predicted of the Jerusalem book, quote, it is sure to enrage hundreds of people. In fact, when it was released in the fall of 1976, his first book-length foray into nonfiction earned some of the best reviews of his career. Irving Howe, while not always endorsed Bello's work, was enthusiastic. Quote, the best living American novelist is also a man of brains, unquote, he noted with approval. Unlike, quote, those intuitive artists, red-skinned magicians of literature, quote, who prided themselves on being unlettered, Bello was a serious writer who was also an intellectual. Written in brief journal-like vignettes, To Jerusalem and Back was not a systematic book. Howe, for one, was troubled by its loose form, but it was a work of great depth and subtlety. But if his display of learning was ostentation, Bello's was also grounded in a lifetime of reading and thinking about history. Bello's His knowledge of the past, like Germany and the Spanish Civil War, of England in the Imperial Age and Russia during the Revolution, he framed its observations. He brought to bear on the current crisis a mind and sensibility formed by the habit of analogy. What was happening now could be understood from the perspective of what had gone before. No Zionist fellow was a moderate who believed firmly, quote, in the right of Israel to exist, unquote. But To Jerusalem and Back isn't a political treatise. Fellow's mandate was to give reality, quote, to human feelings, human experience, the human form and face, unquote. He captured his subject's physical presence in a few deft strokes. The older barber at the King David Hotel, quote, with senile strength and cheer, unquote. The Arab newspaper editor, Mahmoud Abu Zulm, quote, stout and large, a very large, unmenacing, and even dreamy, round-faced man, unquote. The poet Dennis Silk, with hair pulled in long and random ruffs and tufts, a nose nobly hooked and slender. Irving Howe's front page in the New York Times review on October 17, 1976 was the portent of a month to speak. 95 for days word about the Nobel Prize had been circulated. Bellow took Edward Shultz earlier in the week. Quote, I've heard lots of rumors, but nothing official. A day later, the well-connected Walter Posey called Washington to say that a source at the Washington Post had confirmed it, and in the post was actually leaked to the Swedish press, an unprecedented event in the annals of the Nobel. Stuart Brent, a former Tulliite who owned a bookstore on North Michigan Avenue, ran into an excited fellow on the street. In his exultation, Bellow spoke to Brent in Yiddish. On Wednesday, October the 20th, a representative from the Swedish Assembly called and asked Bellow if he would accept the prize if it were over. Doubt he would have refused it years earlier. That night, Bellow went out for dinner with Alexandra and reported from Newsweek went live in anticipation of the announcement. Next morning, Harriet Wasserman called to let him know that an announcement was given. Bellow said, I'm under the orders of Jane Austen, and I'm going to stay with Jane Austen until it's all over. A half hour later, a reporter from Reuters called and read the press release from the Swedish Academy. The decision had been unanimous. By mid-morning, at the Bellows apartment, Bellow reported, quote, things were already chaotic. Quote, he wrote, it was an uninspired day, neither hot nor cold, bright nor murky, gray, medium October day, the thunder God's day, but who regards Old Norse fiction in Chicago? When the actual moment came, the phone ran off the hook. Bellow told his oldest son, Greg, now you know why I was after you to be quiet 30 years ago. He said, long after everybody was dead, I won the fight. He said, he referenced his friend's angry resistance to him coming around. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was not that many years ago that before he won the Pulitzer, indeed in 1951, Mr. Sorrel Bellow had made an application for assistance from the Rockefeller University when he was living penuriously in Queens, in New York City. And indeed, that application was rejected. Only now, as he stood before the world in white tie and tails, he could perhaps reflect with greater confidence on where his own descent into, quote, the lonely regions, unquote, had ultimately brought him. And so he said, 1976, it had been a good year. All I started out to do was show up my brothers, he said. I didn't have to go quite so far, unquote. And ladies and gentlemen, in honor of this being allegedly Saul Bellow, aka Solomon Bellow's birthday, I traveled to a library in Queens, and the good news is they have these books on loan. So please support libraries. They are the repository of our collective soul. Thank you. Thank you.
I read earlier, and now I'm going to read something from the Historical Chronicles. Said it Christmas Eve, and now we're approaching something else. Christmas Eve, and I'm home with Jack. In years past, I always hated being home alone during the holidays. This year, I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm still disappointed in my dad and mad at him, but thanks to Harry's advice, I'm doing a lot better. All things considered, it's nice to have a little solitude, especially since I'm old enough now not to have a white paper to feel the check on me. Tomorrow night I'll go over to Bird's, but tonight I'm fine with the light snow falling outside and fire in the wood stove and some quiet. On top of the wood stove, I'm cooking another batch of killer applesauce made from my supply down in the cold cellar. Gramps used to grow wine sets, snacks, foods, a couple of other varieties, his names I haven't learned yet. The aroma fills the whole house. Balance, I'm learning, is the key to everything. Balance, as in I bought a little live Christmas tree in the container. In the spring, I'll plant it on the hillside by the barn to give back the small part of the oxygen firewood.
Now?
No!
Oh,
Brad
back in the
and
day.
Mary and Riley have shown me I can define myself by what I contribute. For about a week after eating the roast beef sandwich at Mary's, I felt guilty. When I mentioned it to Bird, he said, "Don't worry about it. You honored the caring spirit in which it was offered. The Buddha would have understood. I think you'd better let Harry know. Why don't you make a vegan recipe and take it over? He'd appreciate it. Besides, think about all the people who raise the food we eat and make the stuff we use. They eat meat, but their efforts benefit us. We can't change the whole world. We can only do our part, keep it in perspective." A few days later, I'm talking to a kid in school about being vegan. He said, "I like the idea, but I can never give up ice cream. I can never give up mac and cheese, and about 100 other things." People always talk about being vegan as giving up things. I've learned it's really about adding new things to your life, not subtracting. The new stuff crowds out the old. In my case, living alone has made it easier. I don't have to deal with parents who don't understand. On the other hand, I was totally alone. Life might not be so great, but that turned out to be a deal with me. We teach each other new things all the time. One night a week or so ago, around the time the big guy suspended me, I remembered the letter writing assignment that we were given earlier in the year. Katie was supposed to write to me first, but she never did. It might be the only assignment she hasn't done in her entire life. Since the day I photographed of her house, the relationship has been more than a little strained. She's avoiding me while being shallowly nice. I figure I'll try getting back in touch by writing an actual letter. Nothing too deep or revealing, but different from the usual cold characters on a screen. I've been waiting to try the Remington typewriter I bought, along with the Zorky when I was down in the coal hole at the beginning of the school year. Go-Go Bob can repair any machine, but it took him until last week to track down the parts we needed to get the RAM back to working order. Bird dropped it off yesterday on the way back from the tow truck run. He informed me the Remington Typewriter Company began as Remington Arms, which manufactured large portions of the writers systems using the Civil War or World War I. Dad Farming was linked to this machine and he said use it for good purposes. It's kind of impossible to shoot anyone with a typewriter. Creation is very much in the world of better places in ways you might never have. I started picking away at the keys. My first attempt at letter writing is not going so well. Besides being very self-conscious and loud since I was in the down the other end of the room again. He springs after and carries it back and drops it in. He's amazing me with his intelligence. He finds the perfect excuse to not finish the letter. Little balls of paper are now scattered throughout the house, the majority occupying ineffective locations in the pen statement. Through trial and error, I've learned a half sheet of paper crumpled up to the size of a plum is easiest for Jack to carry in his mouth. When he wants to play, he brings one over to me. When I want to play, all I have to do is scrunch up a piece of paper, and he streaks wild-eyed into the room. The upstairs hallway is our favorite paper ball court. I bounce the ball off the walls, and Jack does a madman scramble all over the hardwood floors. Once he traps the ball, he becomes a four-legged soccer star, dribbling at incredibly high speeds. He pounces on the ball, shoots it up in his mouth, and returns to drop it. Despite not finishing the letter to Katie after practicing with the Remington Prime Improvement. Also, during the suspension from school, I worked in Mary's darkroom every day. My printing skills are getting better and better. I spend at least one additional hour each day studying the prints of his archives. I can now distinguish a good photo from a bad photo, but I can't always produce a good one yet. So I am starting to know what I don't know. Harry says most photographers get discouraged and give up right about now, so it's critical to keep working. Excellent, Harry said, when he dug into the container of the rice soup I brought over to his studio. Those aren't bad either, he said, pointing to the piece of paper. You're starting to get a feel for adjusting tones with proper contrast. More importantly, she trusts you. The picture is only a picture, but what you're doing with her is a collaboration, a relationship. She looks into the camera as if she's looking into a mirror, trying to figure out who she is. And I'm on the other side of the lens, trying to figure out who I am. It's not about how you investigate the world. Stick with it. The first 5 years are easy. Easy, I asked you. Yes, you learn how to operate the camera. You learn about competition, how to make good prints, and so on. Think of learning to play an instrument and becoming aware of the possibilities. Next comes the hard part. Artistic expression is about communicating your unique life experience, your point of view, your picture, right? A little, but I'm still trying to figure out who I am. I'll keep trying. A lot of people don't. They allow themselves to be led along by others or by advertisers. I'm working on it, but I still don't know who I am. When you stop trying to be the person who the world pictures supposed to be, you'll find out who you are. So maybe this would be a good time to tell you that I don't eat meat. I appreciate the roast beef sandwich and everything, but you're catching on. Thanks for the soup. Let's make more. Things that I think are going to be addictive to art. I'm thankful to see the other people in my life who helped me climb the path, helped me where I'm going to go. For the first time today, feels important. The day-to-day stuff still can be honor. Katie never wrote me at this time, but it's like it's my daughter's story. It's hard to I take every footstep to me. It requires me to stay here. Those pictures you showed me, one from Russia, Natalie the business. I want you to set up a blog and write about it. You'll have to get yourself a scanner. Perfect. I keep going back to those pictures, but I haven't been able to figure out what to do. Simply react to them. Make up stories. Describe what you see. Imagine what happened in another time and place. Get to know the people. Make them your character. Write letters. Have them write see what happens. I scanned it yesterday. I was watching this photo. Say, I hired a I'm going to do homework on Christmas Eve. I read a little Christianity and pick up always writing the ones together. I told the name on the Remington to scan and upload along with one of the snapshots. The combination of the old black and white photo and the typewritten letter looks a lot cooler than the typical blog post. I sent a link to Ferrazzo and to Reynolds at NYU. Ferrazzo said he'd be interested in seeing my writing along with the photographs I developed in Paris Sex Art. Dear Julia, is this the last letter? In your last letter, you asked me, how does my life go? There are two girls, A, who I love, and A, who loves me. Her beauty tempts me, but her ways frighten me. Where her sentence is over, she wants us to be together. When I see the photo of you, I feel as if my heart's in two places at once. For all I know, today you are a grandmother and next to the lake they made it for the nuclear power plant. What strange tricks photographs play with time. How is my love life? I don't know. But I know for the first time since I was a small boy that I do love you. Yours, Franz. Who else is next?
Thank you so much. It's great. All right. See you tomorrow. The Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. It is an ancient mariner, stopped upon the tree, and all 3 years living out, wherefore the sun is down in. The bridegroom's doors are open wide, and I, in midst of king, the guests are met, the feast is set. Mayst hear the merry din? Beholds him with his skinny hand. There was a ship, quoth he. Aloft on hand, the great beard moon. Soon his hand took on me. He holds him with his glittering eye. The wedding guest stood still, and listens like a 3 years child. The mariner hath his will. The wedding guest sat on a stone, he cannot choose but hear, and thus spake on that ancient man, the bright-eyed mariner. The ship was cheered, the harbor clear, merrily did we drop, below the kirk, below the hill, below the lighthouse top. The sun came up on the left, out of the sea came he, and he shone bright, and on the right went down into the sea. Higher and higher every day, till over the mast at noon, the wedding guest here beat his breast, but he heard the loud bassoon. The bride hath hastened into the hall, and as rose she, nodding her head before her goes, merry minstrelly. The wedding guest not choose but fear, and thus spake on that ancient man in bright-eyed brow. And now the storm blasts came, and he was tyrannous and strong. He struck with his oar, taking wings, and chased us south along, with sloping masts and dipping prow, as in pursuit with yell and blow. Still treads the shadow of his foe, and forward bends his head. The ship drove fast, loud hurried the roar, loud roared the blast, and southward on he fled. And now there came both mist and snow, and grew wondrous cold. And ice passed high, and looked by, as green as emeralds. And through the drifts, the snowy cliffs, did send a dismal sheen. Nor ships of men, nor beasts behind, the ice was all between. The ice was here, the ice was there, the ice was all around. It cracked, and growled, and roared, and howled like noises, and swound. At length did cross an albatross. Through the fog it came, as if it had been a Christian soul. We hailed it in God's name. It ate the food it ne'er had ate, and round it flew. The ice did split, with thunder fit, the helmsman steered us through. And a good south wind sprung up behind, the albatross did follow, and every day, for food or play, came to the mariner's hollow. In mist or cloud, on mast or shroud, it perched for vespers 9, while all the night through the fog smoke white glimmered with white moonshine. God save the ancient mariner from the things that plague thee thus. Why lookest thou so? With my crossbow, I shot the albatross. The sun now rose upon the right, out of the sea came he, still hid in mist, and on the left went down into the sea. And the good south wind still blew behind, but no sweet bird did follow, nor any day for food or play came to the mariner's hollow. And I had done a hellish thing, and it would work 'em woe, for all averred I'd killed the bird that made the breeze to blow. Ah, wretch, said they, the bird would slay, that made the breeze to blow. Nor did nor that like God's own head the glorious sun uprisk. Then all averred I'd killed the bird that brought the fog and mist. 'Twas right, said they, such birds to slay that bring the fog and mist. The fair breeze blew, the white foam flew, the furrows followed free,
We were the first that ever burst into that silent sea. Down dropped the breeze, the sails dropped down, to as sad could be. We did speak, made to break the silence of the sea. All in a hot and copper sky, the bloody sun at noon, right up the mast did stand no bigger than the moon. Day after day, day after day, we stopped nor breath nor motion, as idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. Water, water everywhere, and all the boards did shrink. Water, water everywhere, nor any drop to drink. The very deep did rot, O Christ, that ever there should be. These slimy things did crawl with legs upon the slimy sea. About, and reel and round the death fires danced at night. The water like a witch's oils burnt green and blue and white, and in some dreams assured were of the spirit that plagued us so. 9 fathom deep he followed us from the land of mist and snow, and every tongue through utter drought was withered at the root. We could not speak no more than if we had been choked with soot. Ah, well a day, what evil looks had I from old and young. Instead of the cross, the albatross about my neck was hung. Part 3. There passed a weary time, each throat was parched, he glazed each eye. A weary time, how glazed each weary eye. When looking westward I beheld something in the sky. At first it seemed a little speck, and then it seemed a mist. It moved and took at last a certain shape I wist. A speck, a mist, a shape I wist, and still it neared and neared, as if it dodged a water sprite. It plunged and tacked and veered, with throats unslaked, with black lips baked. We could not laugh nor wail. Through utter drought, all dumb we stood. I bit my arm, I sucked the blood, and cried, "A sail! A sail!" With throats unslaked, with black lips baked, and a gape they heard me call. Gramercy they did for joy to grin. And all at once their breath drew in as they were drinking all. See, see, I cried, she tacks no more. Hither to work the wheel, without a breeze, without a tide. She steadies without bright keel. The western wave was all aflame, the day was well nigh done. Almost upon the western wave rested the broad, bright sun, when that strange shape drove suddenly betwixt us and the sun. And straight the sun was flecked with bars, heaven's mother sent us grace, as through a dungeon break he peered, with a broad and burning face. Alas, thought I, and my heart beat loud, how fast she nears and nears. Are those her sails that glance in the sun like restless gossameres? Are those her ribs through which the sun did peer as through a grate? And is that woman all her crew? Is that a death? And are there two? Is death that woman's mate? Her lips were red, her looks were free, her locks were gold, yellow as gold. Her skin was white as leprosy. The nightmare life and death was she, thick men's blood with cold. The naked hulk alongside Cain, and the twain were casting dice. The game is done, I've won, quoth she, and whistled thrice. The sun's rim tips, the stars rush out, and one stride comes into the dark. With far heard whisper o'er the sea, off shot the spectre bark. We listened and looked sideways up, fear at my heart as at a cup. My lifeblood seemed to sip. The stars were dim and thick the night, the steersman's face by his lamp gleamed white, from the sails the dew did drip. So above the eastern bar, a pointed moon with one bright star within the heaven. After one bright star dogs moved, for groan or sigh, each turned his face, with a ghastly pang, and cursed me with his eye. 4 times 50 living men, and I heard nor sigh nor groan. With a heavy thump, a lifeless lump, he dropped down one by one. The souls did fly from their bodies fly, they fled to bliss or woe, and every soul that passed me by, like the whiz of my crossbow. I fear thee, ancient man, I fear thee, hand, and thou art long and lank and brown as is the rip sea sand. I fear thee, and thy glittering eye, and thy skinny hand so brown. Fear not, thou wedding guest, that this body drop not down. Alone, alone, all alone, alone on a wide, wide sea, and never a saint took pity on my soul in agony. The many men so beautiful, and they all died, did lie,
and 1,000 slimy things lived on, and so did I. I looked upon the rotting sea and drew my eyes away. I looked upon the rotting deck, and there the dead men lay. I looked to heaven and tried to pray, but or ever a whisper of prayer had gushed, a wicked whisper came and made my heart dry as dust. I closed my lids and kept them close, and the ball was like meat. The sky and the sea and the sea and the sky lay on a load. They like a load on my weary eye and were my feet. The cold sweat melted from their limbs, nor rot nor reek did they. The look with which they looked on me has never passed away. The orphan's curse would drag to hell a spirit from on high, but oh, far more horrible than that is the curse of the dead man's eye. 7 days, 7 nights, I saw that curse, and yet I did not die. The moving moon went up and down in order to rise. Softly she was going up, and a star or two beside. Her beams bemocked its beginning, like April hoarfrost spread. But where the ship's huge shadow lay, the charming water burnt all way as still and awful red. Beyond the shadow of the ship, I watched the water snakes. They moved in tracks of shining white, and when they reared, the elfish light fell off in hoary flakes. Within the shadow of the ship, I watched their rich attire, blue, glossy green, and velvet black. They coiled and swam, and every track was a flash of golden fire. Oh, happy living things, no tongue their beauty might declare. A spring of love gushed from my heart, and I blessed them unaware. Sure, my kind saint took pity on me, and I blessed them unaware. The self-same moment I could pray, and from my neck so free, the albatross fell off and sank like lead into the sea. Oh, sleep, it is a gentle thing, beloved from pole to pole. To Mary, Queen, the praise be given. She sent the gentle sleep from heaven that slid into my soul. The silly buckets on the deck that had so long remained. I dreamt that they were filled with dew, and when I awoke, it rained. My lips were wet, my throat was cold, my garments all were dank. Sure, I had drunken in my dreams, and still my body drank. I moved and could not feel my limbs, I was so light almost. I thought that I had died in sleep, and was a blessed ghost. And soon I heard a roaring wind that did not come near, but with its sound it shook the sails that were so thin and sere. The upper air burst into light, and 100 fire flags sheen to and fro, then hurried back, to and fro, in and out the wind stars danced between. The coming wind did roar more loud, and the sails did sigh like sedge. The rain poured down from one black cloud, and the moon was at its edge. The thick black cloud was cleft, and still the moon was at its edge, like water shot behind some high crag. The lightning fell with never a jag, the river steep and wide. The cloud wind never reached the ship, yet now the ship moved on. The lightning and the moon, the dead men gave groan. They groaned, they stirred, they all uprose and sleep moved their eyes and strange, even in a dream, to have seen those dead men rise. The helmsman steered, the ship moved on, yet never a breeze up blew. The mariners all gained the work, all men worked the rope, where they were wont to do. They raised their limbs like lifeless tools. We were a ghastly crew. The body of my brother's son stood by me, knee to knee. The body and I pulled at one rope, but he said not to me. I fear thee, ancient mariner. Be calm, thou wedding guest. 'Twas not those souls that fled in pain, which to their corpse cut came again, but a troop of spirits blessed. For when it dawned, they dropped their arms and clustered round the mast. Sweet songs rose slowly through their mouths, and from their bodies passed. Around flew each sweet sound, then darted to the sun. Slowly the sounds came back again, now mixed, now one by one. Sometimes dropping from the sky, I heard the skylarks sing. Sometimes all little birds that are how they seemed to fill the sea and air with their sweet jargoning. And now 'twas like all instruments, now like a lonely flute. And now it is an ancient song that makes the heavens be mute. It ceased.
Yet still the sails made on a pleasant noise to noon, a noise like of a in the leafy months of June, that to the sleeping woods all night singeth a quiet tune. Till noon we quietly sailed on, yet never a breeze to breathe. Slowly and smoothly went the ship, moved onward from beneath. From under the keel, 9 fathoms deep, from the land of distant snow, the spirit slid, and it was he that made the ship to go. The sails at noon left off their time, and the ship stood still also. The sun right up above the mast had fixed her to the ocean, but in a minute she began to stir with a short, uneasy motion, backwards and forwards, half her length, with a short, uneasy motion. Then, like a pawing horse let go, she made a sudden bound. It flung the blood into my head, and I fell down in a swoon. How long in that same fit I lay, I have not to declare. But ere my living life returned, I heard and in my soul discerned 2 voices in the air. Is it he, quoth one? Is this the man? By him who died on cross? With his cruel blow he laid full low the harmless albatross. The spirit who bideth by himself in the land of distant snow, he loved the bird that loved the man who shot him with his bow. The other was a softer voice, as soft as honeydew. Quoth he, the man had penance done, and penance more will do. I'm going to shift over to something that is kind of a tradition here at Berean. Every year we go right around the clock. Every year we do the full 24 hours. Every year I'm fortunate enough to close out the event. And this is always the bit that I close it out with. This is the St. Crispin Day speech from King Henry V. Westmoreland. Oh, that we now have here but 1/10,000 of those men in England that do no work today. King Henry V. What's he that wishes so? My cousin Westmoreland? No, my fair cousin. We are not to die, we are now to do our country loss. To live with fewer men, the greater share of honor. God's will, I pray thee. Wish not one man more. By Jove, I am not covetous for gold, nor care I who doth feed upon my cost. It yearns me not if man my garments wear. Such outward things dwell not in my desires. But if it is a sin to covet honor, I am the most offending soul alive. No, faith, my cuz, wish not a man from England. God's peace, I would not lose so great an honor, as one man more methinks would share from me. For the best hope I have, oh, do not wish no more. Rather proclaim at Westmoreland, through my host, that he who hath no stomach to this fight, let him depart. His passport shall be made, and crowns for convoy put on into his purse. We would not die in that man's company that fears his fellowship to die with us. This day is called the Feast of St. Crispin. He that outlives this day and comes safe home will stand a tiptoe when this day is named, and rouse him to the name Crispian. He that shall live this day and see old age will quickly on the village of the ritual feast of his neighbors and say, to St. Crispian. Then he will strip his sleeves and show his scars and say, these wounds I had on Christmas Day, and forget, all should be forgotten. But he'll remember with advantages what feats he did that day. Then shall our names, familiar in his mouth as household words, Harry, Keith, Bedford, Exeter, Warwick, Talbot, Salisbury, and Gloucester, be in their flowing cups freshly remembered. This story shall the good man teach his son, and Crispian shall ne'er go by from this day to the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered. We happy few, band of brothers. For he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. Be he ne'er so vile, this day shall gentle his condition. And gentlemen in England, now abed, shall think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, while any speaks that fought with us on St. Crispin's Day.
We have time for one more, so I'm going to do a little bit more Coleridge. We're going to do Kubla Khan. Kubla Khan. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan, the stately pleasure dome decree, where Alp, the sacred river, ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea. So twice 5 miles of fertile ground, with walls and towers were girdled round. And there were gardens, bright with sinuous rills, where blossomed many an incense-bearing tree, and here were forests ancient as the hills, and folded sunny spots of greenery. But oh, that deep romantic chasm which slanted down the green hill of dwarf cedar cover, a savage place, as holy and enchanted as air beneath the waning moon was haunted by woman wailing for her demon lover. And from this chasm with ceaseless turmoil seething, as if this earth in fast, thick pants were breathing, a mighty fountain warm foamedly was forced, amid whose swift, half-intermittent burst, huge fragments vaulted like rebounding hail, and shaped the grain beneath the thresher's flail. And meet those dancing rocks of Hudson ever had flung up momently the sacred river. 5 miles meandered with amazing motion, through woods and dale the sacred river ran, then through the caverns measureless to man, and set its tumbles with like ocean. And mid this tumble, Kubla from afar heard ancestral voices prophesying more. The shadow of the dome of pleasure floated midway on the waves, where was heard the mingled measure of the fountains and the caves. It was a miracle of rare devices, a sunny pleasure dome with caves of ice. A damsel with a dulcimer in a vision once I saw. It was an Abyssinian maiden, on her dulcimer she played, singing of Mount Agora. Could I revive within me her symphony and song to such deep delight 'twould wit me that with music loud and long I would build that dome in air, that sunny dome, those caves of ice, and all who heard should see them there, and all should cry, beware, beware, his flashing eyes, his floating hair. Weave a circle around him thrice, close her eyes with holy dread, for he on the tomb hath fed and drunk the milk of paradise. We have 2 more minutes, so I'm going to read a little bit of Henry Constable on the death of Sir Philip Sidney. Give pardon, blessed soul, to my bold cries, if they importune interrupt thy song, which now with joyful notes thou singest among the angel choristers of the heavenly skies. Give pardon, deep so sweet soul, to my slow eyes, but since I saw thee now, it is so long, and yet the tears that unto thy bidding belong to thee as yet did not sacrifice. I do not know that thou wert dead before, I did not feel the grief that I did sustain. The greater stroke astonished the more. Astonishment takes from us a sense of pain. I stood amazed when others' tears began, and now begin to weep when they have done. Kind of a bummer to close on. So, there's the wind for prince when we ourselves advance, but now to bring our chance longer will tarry. But when to the main and calm the mouth of Seine, with all his martial train landed King Harry, and taking many a fort furnished in warlike sort, marching toward Agincourt in happy hour. Skirt, hey, we're done. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We've done a full 24 hours. Once again, thank you all for your support and long-term endurance. St. Libraries.